We are live again. Man, it has been such a wild freaking ride. I had to work late. My wife's neck is hurting, and so we decided to going to get it taken care of tomorrow. Just everything's crazy, you know? Ugh. But I'm here. My point is I'm still kind of like trying to get focused for this thing, you know? Because usually I sit down like 30 minutes before the stream starts and I'm kind of like, all right, this is what we're doing today. I kind of run through everything in my mind. Today, I'm a little scattered. But the good news is that, to be honest, you know, I know exactly what we're doing. We're building this bad boy. We're trying to, we're on the grind. We're gonna knock it out. Not tonight, but we're gonna progress towards knocking it out. Hey, that guy in red has a strong finger. Oh. Mikey. Blue Varo, Korathal, Oki Sooner, Vic, Ray, welcome guys, and Mikey on Twitch. Did I load the correct, I want to make sure that I loaded the correct thing. Yep, we're good. We're good. All right. So you guys jumped in fast today. We already got 12. So what are we doing? If you don't already know, we are trying to build out all 4 sides of this building to look like this. And so what I'm kind of doing is picking one task at a time and doing the other 3 sides. And last night we got these blueprints installed on the 2, I'm calling these little extra walls pylons. Hey Blue Varo, you're home at your computer, nice. And so I did get these on, but tonight we're gonna see if we can get the lights done. Before we do that though, I want to go through and put in all of these side kind of lines and trim this out. So we're gonna trim out this and these on all 6 pylons. And then if we can get that done, which we'll definitely get that done, we'll push on the lights. I don't know if I can get all 6 lights done on all 3 sides, but we're gonna try. We're gonna see what we can do. And we're also going to try to get in this backside has to be done with the metallic concrete, I think. Is that right? Carbon. Yeah, carbon steel concrete wall. All right, so that's what we're gonna try to do. So there's the bad news is it's a little bit, I mean, there's not design work here. We're cranking, right? The good news is because there isn't design work, I can really focus on chatting with you guys, and you know, we can talk shit and hang out. So that's what the plan is. See, so you can see over here we have a lot of work to do. We have all the lights to put in. It's very, very dull without our setup. All right. And then like I said, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go kind of one task at a time all the way around, and then we'll start over again. Okay. All right. And then I think this comes out a notch here. Mikey, so I heard that pyramids are super arrogant. Don't believe me? I heard a pyramid tell a sphere that it was pointless. You know, Mikey, you're here way too early. I did not have enough time to mentally prepare myself for that. Sammy Viking. Mikey comes up with new and interesting ways of irritating me. It's my job to come up with new and interesting ways of telling Mikey that he's irritating me. It's a little dance we do. Do we like this? Let's see what I did over here. After months of work and failed inspection after failed inspection, which made upgrade my load center for my generator is complete and I can survive off grid. Okay, cool. All right, yeah, so it's not that far out, I guess. This is notched in closer than that other one. All right, well that sucks. I'm not gonna redo it. It's 1 meter off. Just gonna go here. I think that looks good. But that's good to hear, Oki. So for myself, I had actually, and there's Schemy. Vic, well, I had Discord up, so I see them pings right away. Nice. That is working as intended then. Yeah, I'm happy with this. I'm fine with this. The main takeaway from this experience is you don't ask a plumber electrical questions. Well, that makes sense to me. I have a little update. Remember how I was kind of complaining about my particular client that was irritating the hell out of me? Well, I've had a couple more interactions with him this week, and they've been fine. But my supervisor was down at the district today, and he told me that that client thanked me publicly, and I was given an award even though I wasn't there. That's kind of cool. So, you know. Make sure we go with that. Yep, we're good with that. So yeah. It is kind of like immediately on to the next thing, which is fine because, you know, the alternative is I don't have work to do. And that would be bad. I mean, we all know, right? What is the reward given for a job well done? More jobs. More work. Why aren't you clipping onto there, sucker? That's not gonna work. How was your bonus work day today, Ray? Yeah, more work, exactly. And if you're especially lucky, more money. But usually not. Usually not. True. But like I said, you still have it gives you more work because, you know, it was a job well done. And it's better than the alternative, right? Which is no work. But it's all good. The other client I've been working on, and their stuff is, you know, getting ready. And ooh, almost deleted both of those. I'd have been upset with myself. So hopefully I'll get that one out this week, and then, you know, go from there. What did I do with this back end here? You always work on Tuesdays. Yesterday. Oh, okay. Did we do anything back here? Nope, we did nothing. You'll get nothing like it. So yeah. So it was a pretty good day. But your work needs to be good enough every time? Yeah. All right, we got this one in. Something like this. All right, that was a lot faster. I think I'll go through and do all of these. Yeah, you've done it so much, it's like second nature. Yeah. Or I guess the way I was thinking about what I was saying, another way of thinking about it is like, you know, when you go above and beyond, then it's no longer above and beyond anymore. It's expected. You know what I mean? Bum, 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 bum. I think we're too low. We too low. But it's just life. All right, there we go. Okay, cool. Persistent Dissenter, you're back. Welcome back. So if you live in a build, I installed the system and it will work and you will live. Good. That's very important. All right, cool. Let's do the next one. Oh, you know what I got tonight? I forgot. Thomas Brasp. Hey man, it amazes me how you come up with this stuff. Did you, by the way, crack the dimensional depot matrix yet? I haven't turned in a while, so sorry for axing, but I'm curious. So I have not turned it on, but we're getting really close. This project that I'm working on right now is the last thing we need, and then we can turn on our very first factory. Here we go. Correct. Okay, yeah. So we're gonna be turning on the shard, right? Which that was my Red Bull, by the way. Which you can kind of see on the other side of the central storage building there. I don't know if you've missed that, Thomas. But there's the shard, and as soon as the shard gets turned on, we'll be able to start sending things to the central storage, and we'll be able to test the dimensional depot matrix. My goal, and I don't know if I'll make it, but my goal is to be automating items from the shard to the central storage on Friday. In order to do that, we got to bust out these bad boys. But that is the goal and the hope. And then that means on Saturday, my Saturday night stream, we will start the next factory. Which is going to be the heavy modular frames factory built. Oh, I forgot. Get rid of that. To look like this building right here. So we're going to start design and construction, hopefully, of this. If not Saturday, then next week. Thorfinn 1230. Are you named after Vinland? Is your name from Vinland? The Vinland Saga? Oh? I thought for sure that'd be yes. I get asked that a lot, but no, it's from Ghosts. Well, you should watch it. Then you realize why you get asked so much. It's on Netflix. It's pretty good. Last time I tuned in, you were halfway building the frame of the shard. Got lots of school assignments. I'm not from your time zone, so don't have a chance to join sooner. Do you think the experimental features will contribute to the Matrix, or do you think you can pull it off without? Well, that Matrix is built. So I don't think I need anything. To make it happen. But maybe. Bum bum bum. And if I do need something, you know, we'll try to crack it then. Yeah, nice. I was looking for something to watch. I just started The Wife. We only watched one episode. I don't get a lot of time to watch. I don't get a lot of chances to watch stuff with her. Just me and her. But we started Freerin. So I don't know. Oop, wrong button. I'm watching Cowboy Bebop with my daughter. Gotta go up. And in, I think. Yeah, we gotta go up and in. There's up. I think we're here. Is that right? That doesn't look the same to me. You thought the emoji was a flaming thumb, but it's a Cheeto? Yeah, alright, looking forward to launch. Yeah, hopefully. Yeah, okay, that's right. Yeah, hopefully this weekend we get the shard up and running. But really, the only thing the shard needs is a steady supply of raw resources that are going to come from this pyramid. So it's kind of, you know, like I said, it's kind of the last. This is the last piece. Oh, this is wrong. This is wrong. This is wrong. You used to watch Cowboy Bebop a lot? Yeah, I mean, I've seen it before, but it's been so long. And so I'm doing a rewatch. And obviously it's not a rewatch for my daughter. What is the shard? The shard, no. The shard is just a building that I'm building. This is the shard. It's not, it doesn't have anything to do with Satisfactory. I'll allow it, Schemy. This is the this is what the shard is. It's a building in London. That's a terrible picture. There we go. Yeah, it's just where I'm building my end game basic factory. All right, I've been giving Twitch all of my attention. Correct. If you you shouldn't be rewarded for doing your job. Well, I mean, I think you should. You should get paid for doing your job. But if you do your job well, yeah, the above and beyond that I was alluding to, yes. Which means you went outside the job expectations of your duties, like bringing a customer back. Then yeah, you get a gift equal reward. Yeah. But it also means that I get the next client that is a pain in the butt, because the bosses know that I can handle it. You're right. That's kind of where I was going with it. Like, oh, you pulled this off in a non-ideal situation. So guess what asshole gets? Oh, did I mess that up? I did. You know, guess what asshole gets to deal with the next non-ideal situation? Oh, me. I handled the last one. You know? But it's fine. Just, you know, pay up, baby. All right, there we go. That's all fixed. Spell the word Red Bull in the round building. Actually, that's not a terrible idea. Always compensate any amount of work if you want a capitalist society to thrive. I think that's true. I think you don't even have to look that deep. Always compensate work if you want your business to thrive. You know? Otherwise, you're gonna find yourself with no help. Or inadequate help for long periods of time. Do I need 40 tabs open? No, I don't need 40 tabs open. Funny you should ask, Thorfinn. I don't need 40 tabs open. Would you like to count? Let's do a count. We haven't done this in a while. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. There's 21 on this one. There's 4 here. That's a copy of that one, so that's 25. There's 1 there, that's 26. Oh, I left this one open. Get rid of that. Need that one. I was browsing the Twitter. Let's see. 26. Where were we at? 26. This was 26. This one. 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. Yeah, 31. We counted that one. 3 more. 32, 33, 34. This is a big one. 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65. 66. 67, 68. I have 68 open. Wow, I was 1 short from the meme. So I have 6. I don't need 40 tabs open. I need 68. You're a tab purger. Might as well recock the baseboards as well. Are you talking? Are you referring to what I'm doing here? Sorry, did you guys hear that? Did you guys hear? I didn't really think about it. I think I just burped in the mic. I didn't mean to. I pulled a Rick on you. All right, and this one's done. Let's knock out the next one. The next one. Yeah, Cowboy Bebop is my favorite anime. Yeah. Cheese and pepperoni on a cracker. Good idea. That does sound like a good idea. Yeah, as a business owner, you agree? Yeah, well, I think the flip side is correct as well. It's something that has to be kept in mind. You know, and it's something that I, try to... that I've tried to keep in mind in my life. If you want to keep a job, you have to make sure that you're making your bosses you're making your bosses money. It's simple, but really important. Because if you're not making them money, you're not going to keep a job. But like I said, the inverse is just as true. If you don't make sure to pay an employee that's making you money, then they'll go make money for somebody else. Heard that Control-Shift-W makes your web browser run faster. Oh, really? Okay, I'll do that. No quote litter, you're doing a spring cleaning. Nice, real life grind. Well, true, gotta watch the bottom line, otherwise there will be no business and nobody gets paid. But it's all a balance, right? The devil's in the details. I'm not gonna do that this way. Devil's in the details, right? You can have people taking advantage of people on both sides. I think we should just go with the age-old don't be a dick. Everybody involved. Oh, actually, this is not right. There we go. Or at least try. At least try not to be a dick. You wouldn't think it'd be that much to ask. Regardless of what side of the payee-payor relationship you're on. You would think. Nope. Bum 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 bum. A livable wage and their increased worth for their contribution. That would be ideal, wouldn't it? I am lucky in that I get a profit share contribution to my 401k where I work. What did we do over here? Haven't done that one yet. Yeah. Should be okay. Bum 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 bum. I give my employee an equal share of my draw. When I do, he works hard to make that draw higher. Yeah, for sure. You know, that's essentially what, like, you know, if you work for a company that's publicly traded and you get stock as part of your compensation, right? In a way, it's less direct though, right? Because, you know, what are the chances that your contribution is going to be what makes the stock price go up? Pretty low. You know, unless you're the CEO. Which is basically how they get all their bonuses. All right. Where should we end this one? Right at the base there. All right, looking good. The ferry that takes the townsfolk on the island to their jobs on the mainland broke down. Tech came out to fix the boat, and he did it in 5 minutes. Okay. Ray, you got some good news today when you got into work. Yeah, I guess I was asking about that, although I think I asked it poorly. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah. Well, yeah, and especially if like what you're doing relies on him. You know? Procrastinating? All right, I messed this up a little bit. Your GM's boss was visiting the store today, not one of the owners, but a supervisor. And she finally found someone that might be another night manager. Good. This one's done. Let's move on to the next set. See, with the third one, I'm finally starting to get fast with it. And we're done. She's a manager at a different fast food place, so she has to learn McDonald's before she learns to be a McDonald's manager. But she's leaving her training mostly in my hands. All right. Mickey D seems like a cult. I mean, I could think of 4 off the top of my head that are more culty than McDonald's. Yeah, Burger King, you found your true calling. I have been lucky enough to I've never had to work at fast food. I did, however, work for my father. And some of those days, I wished it was fast food instead. But I can't complain. That was one of them, Vic. There are a couple others that I was thinking of. Ask your dad if he knows what a flipper is regarding access control. Probably. I'll see if I can remember the next time I talk to him. All right, I think we gotta do the one over here. Well, sadly, I fell in hard times, and McD was the first to reach out and hire me. It seems to have stuck. Well, like I was saying earlier, Ray, hopefully you get paid what you're worth. And if you aren't now, you will be soon. Bum, 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 bum. Better. You went from job to job for a while. Working customer service has been a defining part of my job for too long. Yeah, those are tough jobs. Hold on one sec. I got an itchy leg. I know, it's an emergency. Okay, it's because I was sitting outside on Sunday smoking. Well, actually, after I'd shut down the smoker and the mosquitoes were out. What I was gonna say is I worked a lot of my life in some version of sales. You know, not like outside sales necessarily, but like some version. Which usually boils down to, in my experience, selling yourself. You know, you have to sell yourself in that you are knowledgeable enough to help somebody with X thing. And kind of that's what I'm doing right now, in a way, right? Yeah, my lag. Yeah. I'm convincing you guys slowly but surely, hopefully, that your time is better spent hanging out here than, you know, anywhere else. And I think it's interesting that, because the way I look at it is, I don't have to convince you to spend your time here over another streamer. I have to convince you to spend your time here over anything else you might be doing in life. Which, if you think about it, is kind of crazy. That's a big ask. It is why I try to, you know, be mindful of everybody's time. Well, sorta. Yeah, I mean, everybody's in a different position for sure. Ooh, yeah. Yeah. Nice. Is that it? Have we made it all the way around? Almost. We gotta do these down edges. Yeah, that's a tough story, Ray. Really sucks. Viewer has to believe that you are the best thing to be watching when they are looking, and that now that they are here, it's easier to stay here than to go somewhere else. It's true. Raid. Wow. T4C0 raided you with a party of 94 viewers. All right. Well, you're playing Satisfactory. You hear the familiar sound of the wait. You hear the familiar sound of the taco truck. Friends holding beers and tacos begin to stumble out of the cloud of smoke and start passing out refreshments. The taco party has arrived. Well, guys, looks like we've been invaded by a taco party. Hey guys, it's a taco. I see that. Lots of tacos. Here's what we're gonna do. 94 people. We're doing a full tour. It's early in the save. I am about to finish a project, and I'm gonna show you guys what is up. All right. So I just need to finish off these two little things. If you guys can indulge me for what will be about 2 minutes, then I will do a full-on tour. All right, taco party. And then anybody who's watching on YouTube that hasn't seen what I'm up to, I will, you'll get the benefit of the tour. All right, we were literally just finishing this up. All I have to do is build another one of those right on this other edge. Oh, we can indulge for sure. Thank you for the indulging. I see a lot of Pinoy Boy, and then Taco, and then of course the Raider. I really do appreciate the raid. Let me do a quick shout out. There. All right, so what I'm doing, I can start with a little bit of a introduction while I finish this. What I am doing is building a cyberpunk city and a cyberpunk themed playthrough. You can see it there in the corner if you look real hard. For my playthrough. Now I'm not in 1.1 yet. I'll wait until experimental is no longer experimental. I see that you were playing 1.1, which is cool. I am about 400 hours into this playthrough, and I've basically stopped all forward momentum until we rebuild everything that we've built so far in the cyberpunk city. Now, we're not in the cyberpunk city, we're out in the Dune Desert, as you may be able to tell. And that's because the city needs a raw resource hub. All right, and that hub is what we're working on. And now we're all done, so we're gonna take a look at what I'm working on. I am building a raw resource train hub that looks like where's my tab? Where's my tab? Bros, right here. That looks like the Tyrell Corporation pyramids. Oh, Taco is the raider. Oh, I missed that. You were the first to chat. Taco is the raider. I'm sorry. Yeah. My bad. I saw your chat and it threw me off. Thank you for the correction. There we go. There we go. All right, so we're building the Tyrell Corporation pyramids from Blade Runner as our raw resource hub. This is 1.0. I have not turned on 1.1 yet, but I will when it goes live for regular play. I'm in no rush. What I'm doing right now, you can't really be, I mean, the lights, the signs I'm about to do, yes, but for the other sides here, but otherwise, you know, I've made a decision to limit risk by not doing it. But this is, we have one full side completely done on the exterior. And I'm gonna show you what the exterior looks like. But first, here is the train line that heads in here. Now what this is doing is I've got 16 train stations ready to rock. You wait till you see those lights, man. Just give me 1 second. 16 train stations ready to rock, and they all flow up the train spiral to the cyberpunk city over here. All right. 8 on this side go on the top tracks, 8 on that side go on the bottom tracks. And this is where the resources will get reshuffled and loaded into the trains as needed. I've got a nice fat floor here. Derailed, subscribed with Prime. You've been subscribed for 3 months. Thank you for your Bezos bucks. And this is the bottom floor. So all resources that we need, we'll build train stations in here, and then they'll be stored, and then they'll go up, and then they'll get shuffled into the train stations that we need them to be in for the final factory. So what we're gonna do, let's make sure it's dark. I have 2 mods, guys. All this is built with vanilla. The only 2 mods I have is Sky UI to help me take good pictures, and I have a inventory space mod, which I do realize helps me build stuff faster, but all of the construction is done with vanilla methods. The flame tower would be so cool. Not sure how you can pull that off with the flames though. Yeah, I'm not sure. All right, guys, so here's what we're gonna do. Hold on. I don't know why this happens to me sometimes. There we go. One of my macros wasn't working. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go through the man cannon, and you're gonna get to see the site of the Tyrell Corporation pyramids as I fly away from them. All right, and then I'm gonna turn around and we're gonna finish flying to the city. Make sense? All right, here we go. That's what she looks like. Soon all 4 sides. And we're here. All right, so this is my cyberpunk city. This is where all of the fun is. Holy shit, yeah. I know. I'm actually very proud of it myself, and I'm also very humble. So here's what we're doing here. All right, first of all, let's get this out of the way. This is Nakatomi Plaza. The lighting is dope, thank you. This is Nakatomi Plaza. Die Hard is a Christmas movie. Coffee Stain Studios had a Fixmas contest. I won 8th place with my Nakatomi Plaza Fixmas building. And of course, the Fixmas building fits into the theme very nicely. But we also have our summoning circle of snowmen. I'm not sure what they're summoning, but that's for you to decide. These are Fibonacci circles, Fibonacci curves. And I think this all turned out really nicely. And then The my FPS does not like those snowmen, but that's okay. And then Nakatomi Plaza, this is our Fixers factory. And summoning from the hip. They're doing something from the hip. This is central storage, okay? We do have freeways leading in and out. The basic idea here is that each of my factories, which is their own tower, and we're going to talk about those in a second, they're going to supply the central storage, which is this, and each other, where needed, with trucks. Lots and lots of trucks. I want a lot of movement on these streets. When I look, I want to see trucks all over the place. There's going to be crashing. There's going to be chaos. It's going to be fun. I'm going to make overpasses and merging lanes. We're going to figure that out. I've got all these paint lines in here. And obviously the teal and purple are our themed colors. But most of the trucks will lead to the center into our central storage here. So, and then I've got central storage up at the top of this tower. This tower is going to do a lot of sorting, and it's going to do overflowing. And I've got a couple other interesting little tricks hidden in this tower that, obviously I built them on the stream, but I haven't tested them yet. And so there's not a lot to say about them until they're working. But yeah, that's this tower. And he's got a lot of extra space. Part of that is because I wanted to make sure that he was the centerpiece and that he was going to be the tallest tower. But the other reason is because I'm going to do things like, you know, gas masks and ammo and nobelisks and kind of one-off things in here that we don't necessarily need a giant ass factory for. But there is a lot of extra space in there for sure. All right, so what I want to do, and let's see if this time, guys, I can do it without rolling off. Last time I did a tour last night, I took this corner a little bit too fast and literally rolled off the off the city into the the purple forest. So I want like cinematic, like awesome shots like this kind of thing, right? But with a lot more buildings. All right, let's not run off the edge like last time. I took this corner super fast. Yeah, it was a scheduled gravity test. It was something. And then obviously these roads aren't in, but they will be. All right, and then up here. Oh, that's out. We'll go this way. So this is a drop off. Make a bunch of routes. Yeah, I'm gonna put factory carts and stuff too. Yeah, definitely. This is a drop off for a truck. This drops off rubber, right? And then in and out drop off. And by the way, this building, this is modeled off of the Shard in London. This is a real life building. And all of my buildings in my city are gonna be real life buildings. Trucks will come in here and they will load, unload as necessary to transfer the items that this factory takes to... no, the Shard is not the car melter. That's the walkie-talkie building, but you're very, very close. You're in the right neighborhood. The walkie-talkie building melts cars. The Shard is this one. And it doesn't melt cards. It doesn't melt cars or cards. You're thinking of this one. Yeah, you're thinking of this one, right? Which makes sense, right? Look at this stupid thing. I mean, this is an article about it. The walkie-talkie death ray, right? So it's because it's a concave, basically focusing mirror, and it was destroying cars on the street. Yeah, how this building melts everything. Yeah, it's nearby, right? I mean, if you look at this one, you can actually see the gherkin, and actually the gherkin kind of inspired I don't know if the shard is visible, but they're all, oh, there it is. Okay, it's across the river. So here's the walkie-talkie building, and there's the shard. So they're neighbors. They are neighbors. But the gherkin kind of inspired this. Obviously, it doesn't have the egg shape, but I thought the double and single diagonal colors looked really cool, and so that's why I went the 2 teal, 1 purple, because the gherkin kind of has that a little bit. So yeah, but no walkie-talkie. But yeah, so this factory, what this factory makes is, this is the plan for this factory. Pretty standard stuff. None of this is a majorly large factory by any means. The design work is kind of the challenge, not so much like a mega factory aspect. But this is sort of the big guy, and most of this wire is going to be headed to one of the other factories to supply what it needs, right? And so if we look at one of my next, and that means I had to plan all 4 of these factories nearby all at the same time. So this is going to be the one that we start as soon as we finish our train hub, and as you can see, it has inputs, right? Mostly this wire. And so this is going to be the motor / heavy modular frame factory. So this is actually going to be a pretty beefy factory. But, you know, luckily I'm providing some of its necessity with the other factory, right? And that's where the trucks come in. They're going to be loading, unloading, driving between factories. And so it should look pretty cool. So let me show you the map. Here's the map. I took Google Docs, made it look like a graph paper, and here is the main circle here. I drove down this freeway to get out here, then I drove there into the shard. This is the Fixers factory. It's actually only 4 wire trucks. We should be okay because they're only transferring them here to this heavy modular frame factory. So it's very close. But the heavy modular frame factory is going to be here, aluminum factory there, computer factory there. And so I want to show you guys the plan on which real life buildings these other factories are going to be shaped. And this computer factory here is going to look like this building. This is the John Hancock building in Chicago. It's pretty plain, but I think that I'm gonna make it black like this, and I think I can do that texture, that sort of crisscrossing texture, and then I think this will look really good, sort of cyberpunked up. But yeah, so computer factory is relatively simple. I want to do the John Hancock building here, and then the and that goes there, and then here the aluminum factory. And by the way, if we look, I've already sort of sketched out. We can see the foundations for them. So this is the foundation for the computer factory. This is the foundation for the aluminum factory, and over here is the foundation for the heavy modular frames. But on the map, this aluminum factory, I want to do this building here. This is called the Mercury skyscraper in Moscow. And so I kind of allowed for a rectangular footprint, and I think this is going to look really good. And I think we'll make it, we'll make it aluminum colored with, of course, the purple and or teal. In general, I want my cyberpunk city to look something like this. This is the overall like feeling that I want to invoke. I like these big lines, purple and teal, kind of There really isn't any building that has both purple and teal on it. They're kind of one or the other. The outlines are highlighted, and some of them horizontal, some of them vertically. So that's kind of sort of what I'm going for, a little bit. This is kind of my overall vision. And then finally, the heavy modular frames building. Hey, Escatos Gaming, looking good. Thank you. I like to use carts a lot for busy stuff. Oh yeah, no, all these sidewalks are gonna have carts and stuff. I'm gonna have the like these crosswalks. I'm gonna have carts crossing these crosswalks and stuff. So there's gonna be, you know, chaos when a truck comes tearing out here and runs over a little cart. But finally, the heavy modular frames building, I'm gonna do this guy. This is called the United Tower, and it's found in Bahrain and Manama, and it is also the Wyndham Grand Manama Hotel is in this building. So I'm going to be trying to build this, and I'm going to start this design. This is our. It looks like a milling tool. Yeah, it looks like, or a drill bit. Yeah, for sure. I think I can do this with blueprints. We're gonna see, but this is the next big factory. As soon as I finish the work that I'm doing on the Tyrell Corporation pyramid, and so the next step is I've got to finish all, like I said, I got to finish all the cosmetics on the pyramid. But when I do, we're gonna hook that pyramid up. Exactly what I said. I first seen it in the channel. Yeah, Leo. Yeah, I remember that. We're gonna hook up the resource hub, and we're gonna send a train that is loaded with exactly what we need to feed this factory. All right, and then once we're getting a steady supply of raw materials, we're going to have to deal with the steady supply of materials being produced. And what I'll probably do is set up some trucks. Obviously we'll set up trucks to go to the central storage, right? But some of these trucks are going to be headed to our steel factory, or our motor / heavy modular frames factory, which isn't going to be constructed, right? So I'll come up with something. Maybe we truck it to a temporary truck station and we just sink it. I'll probably do that so that this tower can be tested for long periods of time at scale. Make sure there isn't any little tiny bugs. But yeah, we just have going up, coming down. I'll show you the first floor. Most of these floors look pretty much the same. One of these is more cool than the other ones. This one's pretty cool. I had to kind of pack a lot into here. So I think this is the wires. But yeah, this is gonna be my see-through glass factory. So there you go. And then once why don't we just run out of here? But that's the plan. And personally, I am trying to sort of push through this Satisfactory playthrough. I've got 400 hours on this thing already. It's time for me. I'm feeling sort of a pull to try some other games. And so, but I'm focused on Satisfactory until this is done. I want to get this done. I've also got a YouTube channel, and I do the vast majority of my content is VODs, but I do make some videos here and there, and I will be making videos showing off the Tyrell pyramid when it's done. So we're gonna head to, actually, let me show you guys the central storage room. I think is really cool. So we're gonna head up to the elevator, and we're gonna head over to the central storage room, which is over here on the left. And then what we'll do is we'll take a man cannon back to the pyramid, and then the tour will be over and we'll hang out and shoot the shit while I build about 20,000 tiny signs the rest of the evening, something like that, right? Actually, we can't build signs yet. We have to do some other trim work, and then we'll try to build the signs. But this is my central storage tower, circular tower. I really like how this turned out. And we got a little path here, green on the left, purple on the right. So I'm pretty happy with all this. And then let's pop down here to, oh, and then Thomas knows I have a little secret project here. This is floor 1, secret project floor 1. This is secret project floor 2. Once I get the raw materials in from the shard, we'll start working on testing our secret project. Until then, there's not much to say about it because I don't even know if it's gonna work. Okay, so that's it. Any last questions on the tower? Hey, Flimballer, I just finished a tour because I got rated by 94 viewers on Twitch. Any last questions on the tower or the city before I run back and we get back to work? That was the fast version of the tour. I've done the tour so often, I've done it so much that I can kind of like do it like without thinking. All right, so all right, now watch closely as we're gonna get to see our best view of the pyramid as we fly in. It's so big, it's really hard to get a view of what it looks like unless we're coming in for a landing or we're taking off. All right, here we go. As soon as we get in range of those lights. There it is. So I have to do what I did to the front here to all other 3 sides. That's what I'm trying to do this week, and I'm trying to go fast. Now we don't have any design work. Most of this was done with a blueprint, so I can copy this quickly, including those random lights, quote unquote random lights. Well, some of them was done with a blueprint. So like this down here, that there. This is truly random. This is me just spamming the shit out of this, because if you look at the thing here, to me these lights are truly random, whereas these look very much more regular to me. You need to put a QR code in one of them. Yeah, that'd be funny. You know, send you to my wife's website. Joke's on you, buy some art. But yeah, so this is I think a lot more regular than this, and plus it's a different color. So I actually didn't do a blueprint for the lights here, but I did make a blueprint to simulate randomness here. So yep, that's it. And we just finished our first sort of task for the day all the way around. I'm kind of treating this right now as almost a assembly line, trying to do, instead of doing all the things that each side needs, I'm trying to do each thing to all other 3 sides to help speed me up. Looks so good. Yeah, thanks, Flem. This is wild. Nice work. Thank you. I appreciate it. So now what we're gonna do is we have to put some trim lines in here, and we have to some of this I make a we've graded out. See, this is like a smoother surface here, and it's a different surface than this is. All right, this is sort of textured and has different markings and stuff to kind of simulate windows. What about the Falcon? You gonna put that in? No. Just because Harrison Ford is in both Star Wars and Blade Runner doesn't mean that my Blade Runner building should have the Millennium Falcon in it. Nice try though. But yeah, we're gonna put these in. Oh, I actually think, wait a second, did I make an error? No. Okay, 6 and 4. Thank you for the bits. It's in the movie. What do you mean the Falcon? You're gonna have to describe what you mean by the Falcon. I don't know, maybe I'm misremembering. I thought you meant the Millennium Falcon. You mean from Blade Runner? All right, so 4, 6, and then the rest of them are 4 all the way down. And then we have to coat this correctly. Millennium Falcon is in, are you saying the Millennium Falcon is in Blade Runner? Is that what you're telling me? The other thing we have to do real quick is we have to switch this over to concrete wall. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4. And so, yeah, this time is, you know, us hanging out while I that's gonna be a problem. I made a mistake. Not today. I made one yesterday, and I don't like this, so we're gonna have to change it. And I'm sorry. I made the mistake a bunch of times. I was afraid of this. Shoot. All right, we're gonna have to pause and fix my mistake. Sorry. I noticed it today, and I was hoping we could get away without fixing it, but alas, we cannot. I have to rebuild these sides. They were off by a meter, and the reason that they need to be rebuilt is because they hide an edge problem. So I'm sorry. Right, and see now this thing. Oh my God, Becky. This thing is tucked in correctly. Down here, when we make this one down here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I am definitely a perfectionist, and I wish I wasn't, but alas. See what happens if we don't? This is the position it should be in. This is the position I built it in. No mistakes, just happy accidents. Yeah. Well, my wife started her artist and painting journey with Bob Ross, so that is pretty hilarious to me. I sometimes do have happy accidents in this game where, you know, I'm banging away and I do something I didn't intend, and it turns out you know, it starts looking better. But unfortunately, oopsie, in this case, I think it's legitimately a mistake. That's okay. You either win or you learn something. We are well on our way to winning. All I do is win. I've gotten tired of winning. Actually, mostly what I do is just learn things. Because I do the opposite. Yeah, this one's a fix it. Yeah, it's okay though. It solves this problem too, because that edge was kind of funky. So I'm happy. I'm happy with the fix. Maybe I'll just fix it as I go. It's just the front ones. These back ones are fine. I built these today and I built them correctly. One, two, three, four. And these lines are pretty easy. They're every 4. And we got to make sure, oops. What is happening here? 1, 2, 3, 4. Wow, I got us off on the wrong foot. Another happy accident. And that means the other one's gone because I couldn't, or wrong because I couldn't count the first one. That's what I do. You're drinking, you know things. Fourth walling. Yeah, I basically... That's what I do. I build and I quote things. Basically, my stream is me making constant quotes to movies and for all sorts of things. 1, 2, 3, 6. And hoping that my audience responds. 1, 2, 3. And constantly being disappointed in Okie Sooner that when they don't. Or a viewer gives a random suggestion that changes everything. Yes. So Ray, and as a reminder, I'm dual streaming, so I may be responding to that's why I try to read every message out loud. I may be responding to a message 1, 2, 3, 4 that is being that you can't see. Have no fear. I am definitely absolutely not talking to the voices in my head. Right, I take medication for that now. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're good. But yes, Ray, during the Fixmas construction, suggested the Fibonacci sequence curves. 1, 2, 3. And then somebody else. 1, 2, 3, 4. Suggested the snowmen. So yes, sometimes I get suggestions from the peanut gallery. A completionist, yes. A perfectionist and a completionist. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, good. We're all locked in. Now, which one did I do? Did I do a skinny bro or did I do a medium bro? I think I did 5 instead of 6. No, I don't think so. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, we're good there after the fix. That's a medium bro, just on the angle switch. No. Let's match, shall we? Shall we? Match thickness. Yes. Do a token build. Your name is in it. It's true. Kin. I was gonna do a token build. I was gonna do all Middle Earth. So my first playthrough, if somebody doesn't know, my first playthrough, my update 8 playthrough in this game was Star Wars. And I was planning on doing a Lord of the Rings playthrough because those are my two favorite stories, IPs, or whatever you want to call them. But unfortunately, I went to look at how would I make Minas Tirith, right? And the problem is that the materials that I have to work with here are really all sci-fi based, right? They make good sci-fi. They're gonna make bad fantasy. So I decided to do the cyberpunk city instead. And this in all likelihood, and I don't want to make anybody sad here, but in all likelihood, this is going to be my last theme build in Satisfactory. When when 2.0 or something comes out, or an expansion or something, will I play Satisfactory again? Probably. But I don't know, I might do something else. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh yeah, we gotta fix our mistake. We gotta delete all this. By the way, Thor did an Ashes stream for the first time in a while. Yeah. So for context, the main game, the big game that I'm gonna play after I finish this Satisfactory playthrough will be an MMO that is in early access called Ashes of Creation. So just I will be sort of pivoting away from factory builders for a little bit at least. Just because I want to play something else for me, and I think that we'll have a lot of fun showing it. I'm gonna run a guild and essentially run a guild publicly. I have no problem sharing. In fact, I probably overshare. So my channel is gonna have you're gonna see the process, how the sausage is made, essentially. And I'm no stranger to make a hobbit home. Yeah. Yeah, how much difficulty is a soul level? Yeah, I actually watched a little bit of that stream as well. But I'm looking forward to it, and I've run a lot of guilds in a lot of MMOs, and I've done a lot of PvP and a lot of large-scale PvP in a lot of MMOs. So I think all of that is really going to help, and it'll be something that I'm probably better at than building. And it'll provide an opportunity for people to come and play with me, you know, channel, you know, because it's going to be basically a channel guild. So anybody that wants to come and play will be able to play. And whereas right now it's really hard for me to kind of participate with you guys, because I'd have to do like a multiplayer for Satisfactory, and then I'd have to, like, you know, actually trust people to, if they're gonna come and help me build things. But then the viewer is not gonna get to see everything built, whereas I've basically, since I've done everything live, there we go, you know, they would miss out on whatever person was building whatever thing for me. So, but in an MMO, we'll all get to play together as much as you guys want, probably more than you want. Does the guild have a name yet? Well, we have a placeholder name. Corthal, what's our placeholder name? And then I don't think we have decided on anything permanent. I was gonna maybe do like maybe like a voting on a guild name, like make it a community name, you know, not just something that I picked out. Imperial Dawn, yeah. So my all my guilds since Guild Wars 2 have had Imperial in the name. 1, 2, 3. We've had and that's because my initial guild in Guild Wars 2 was Imperial Coalition. So we've done Imperial Vanguard, we've done Imperial Guard, we've done Imperial Guard was New World. Imperial Vanguard was Ashes of, not Ashes. Arc Rage. 1, 2, 3, 4. I can't remember what we picked for Crowfall. That game didn't last very long. That was a bad pick. Imperial Fix It. 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll probably do something. And then we named this one Imperial Dawn because, you know, it's kind of the starter guild, and I'm not there. Orthal and a couple other players from my community are kind of holding down the fort until I finish this Satisfactory playthrough. 1, 2, 3, 4. But some sort of reference to this Satisfactory being the sort of progenitor of this channel would be cool. And it doesn't necessarily have to have Imperial in it. You know, this is a new thing. This is a thing I've never done. You know, this is you know, a guild that I'm making that is really for the channel. You know, the guild itself is not to stroke my own ego. That's what I have the channel for. You know, so that job is handled. One, 2, 3, 4. And honestly, I love raid leading PvP. That's what I love doing. If I could just be in a game forever and all I did was raid lead PvP, that's what I would do. the reason that I got into leading guilds in the first place, oh yeah, this is all effed up, is because I had to in order to raid lead PvP, right? And then I was playing New World and I needed a break, and I was like, all right, well, I guess I'll try. I've been meaning to try this factory game, and I had basically, I flipped a coin between Satisfactory and Factorio, and Satisfactory 1, and I put in something like 48 hours in the first 3 days. Like I started it on a 3-day weekend. Yeah, you needed a break from New World too. Yeah. Well, and then it was more than a break. That's what happened to me. So basically, I haven't played an MMO since I started playing Satisfactory. And then I'm playing Satisfactory with my buddies and my family and my siblings. And, you know, I had this idea to do this crazy ass giant super Star Destroyer. And then I was like, all right, well, I'm not going to do this giant ass build unless I can show it off to people. And I've always wanted a gaming channel, so let's see how this goes. And through some combination of hard work and luck, my channel kind of blew up very quickly, you know, relatively speaking. And I got monetized in 2 months, and you know, the rest is history. And I love, and then I worked on the Satisfactory, or I worked on the oh, I messed up there. I worked on the Star Wars playthrough until 1.0 came out, and then all of a sudden 1.0 is out, and you know, now you know, an MMO that I'm actually want to play, that I'm looking forward to, is coming out. And so it's time to go back to my roots. I get that, you know, a lot of people probably watching, that's not their, it's not why they started watching me, and I totally get that. But I have to do what's fun for me, otherwise I won't be fun to watch, and I'll burn out. So it's out of necessity. I really truly want to play that game, and even if it hurts my channel in the short run, or maybe even in the longer run, I can only do what I want to do, you know? Yeah, Imperial Dawn. Vic, are you is your screen name? I'm trying to track names here. Is your Discord name? All right, I'm distracted here. 1 second. Are you Vixen Ace in the New World chat? Is that the same picture? It's not the same picture. Anyway, so yeah, yeah, I gotta do what you can. Support. Yeah. So you played New World, huh? What? Do you remember what server you played on? I want to know if I should hate you, or if it's okay to be friends. Also, I would love to chat with anybody that played high level World v World in Guild Wars 2. You can't remember. Polazar, is Ashes focused on PvP, or is there PvE content? Because I kind of stopped liking massive PvP after Lost Ark and Throne and Liberty. Yeah, so there's a lot of PvP. There is a lot of PvE content, and there is content that is adjacent to PvP. So like the crafters, there's some various tasks that need to be done by crafters, and so you may not have a very viable PvP build, but you know, it will be a guild task to keep the crafter alive through, you know, this thing or that thing. You know what I mean? Oh my gosh, I missed the back end here. Let's get that fixed. I couldn't even look it up. Your world got merged like 3 times. Yeah. Yeah. I was lucky. I joined we joined Camelot. Well, we were gonna be on El Dorado, and then we went to Camelot. And then I transferred off of Camelot to a small after some fun drama. I transferred to a smaller server, but then we ended up merging back to anyway, so it didn't really matter in the end. And in the end, it didn't really matter. Yeah, so good times. But I did, we did own Weaver's Fen. My guild owned Weaver's Fen for at least a little while on a large server. So I was pretty happy with that. Like one of the main servers at the start of the game. El Dorado. Yeah, there's like Yggdrasil, there were so many NAs, but they all kind of boiled down to like a couple of servers. Yeah, you're Vixen Ace, and okay. Yeah, okay, Vic, yeah, good. I was trying to place that name. Ash's chat. Never mind. You said New World chat. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Well, I'm talking about 2 MMOs, so I got it mixed up, I think. But yeah, Flem, what would you say is the minimum GPU and CPU? Korthal's probably a better person to answer that question. Korthal, do you would you have a recommendation for the minimum CPU and GPU in Ashes for Flemballer? Yeah, unfortunately, New World was really sloppily handled. And it was sad. I'm really looking forward to Ashes, and I hold out hope and prayer that the management of this game will be significantly more successful. But you know, you don't know until you know, but I'm gonna give them the chance. And I still am going to play at some point in my lifetime on this channel. We are gonna be playing Schedule 1. Not until after. I'll tell you right now. I basically know exactly when we're going to be playing Schedule 1. After this Satisfactory playthrough is complete, and when Ashes of Creation is on a when the servers are down. New World was peak in shitification of MMOs. I know, and you know what? You know, the saddest part is there were some really, really good things about it, or at least the concepts. I will say the sound design, man, the sound design and the music really had a, you know, an emotional. Like there was nothing like hearing the sound of the when you would chop down a tree and it would crack in the, you know, in across the canyon that you were in. Like that was really, really fun. You know, and the ideas of owning the cities, very good concept, very poorly executed. The politics in that game, absolutely insane. I mean, every MMO has bad politics, right? And there's other things too, right? They let cheating go unpunished. right? And then if you're like, well, you know, if they did it, like, you know, oops. You get to the point where you're like, okay, well, you know, if this guy's duping gold and he got like a 7-day ban and didn't even get the gold taken away, well, you know, and now his guild has an advantage in the wars. Well, I guess now my guild has to do it. And then everybody's cheating. You know, it's little things like that that, you know, really harm your game. Having absolutely zero response for gold sellers, you know, and bots. It's really bad. You know, and that you leave that going on enough and people just quit. Yeah, fall on the sword, get ahead. Yeah. Yeah, it's exactly. Transfer all that wealth to your guild. And then you get even if you get full banned, who cares? Your guild is ahead, and now your guild can support you while you... It happens so many times. The worst cheaters, and we knew they were cheating. We had proof they were cheating. You know, and even if they got full banned, they were back in the game the next day on a new character. That new character was level 60 in, you know, a week, because they have the support of their guild. You know, it just sucked, man. You know. But I'm hopeful on Ashes, so we'll see. Wait, what happened? Okie Sooner, gotta go to bed, guys. Really tired. See you tomorrow. All right, have a good night, Okie Sooner. Oh, and then Garrett, what MMO are we talking about? Sorry, just tuned in. Yeah. Oh, well, I'm kind of talking about a couple things, Garrett. Yes, it's Ashes of Creation. That's a game I'm gonna play on the channel after I finish this playthrough, this Satisfactory playthrough. But I was also kind of waxing about the last MMO that I played, which was New World. And by the way, I've got receipts for you guys here. See, look, I was gonna play Schedule 1 one day soon. Where are we? Where are we? There we go. I have passed the hours in Satisfactory, so I'm 1958 hours in New World. I did 50 hours on the test realm, and for the Satisfactory we are at 2077. So I passed within the last couple of weeks. I passed New World in hours spent in Satisfactory. That's how much I played that game. And I think I reached that amount of hours faster than I did in New World. I don't think I'm not exaggerating when I say I will be streaming hours and hours and hours every day, because I'm gonna stream every time I play the MMO, and I'm gonna play the MMO all the time, every day, every chance I get. My wife knows. Well, I've talked about this on the channel, right? Like, I played MMOs since before I got married. My first MMO I ever played was Star Wars Galaxies. She knows that there's seasons of my life. There's seasons where I'm playing an MMO, and there's seasons where I'm not. So, luckily my wife is the type of person that is totally okay with, you know, me, her having kind of, you know, her own personal space, if that makes sense. Like, as long as we spend a little bit of time together every day, it's not like I have to It's not like she feels like I don't love her or something if, you know, we don't spend like 4 hours a day. You know, her love language is not personal time. So you're at 1,700 hours, Pulsar. Nice. Dang, didn't know hours went that high. Oh my god, you should see the amount of hours I spent in Guild Wars 2. I was over, I think, 6,000 hours in Guild Wars 2 across my I played that game for 7 years. Almost all of it was in World v World, which is where I got my guild leading and my PvP chops. But yeah, to answer, sorry, Flimballer, were you in a guild when you played Star Wars Galaxies? I was. It was like kind of my own thing. It was just a group of friends. I was really young. I was I think 20 when Star Wars Galaxies came out. So you know, my real guild leading experience came from Guild Wars 2, which was now about, well, my daughter, the craziest night of gaming I've ever had was the night my daughter was born. And she is 11 this week. So it's 11 years ago. Or is she 10 this week? One of the two. I don't even know. I think it was 2014. That's a whole long story. I love telling that story, but maybe I'll tell it later. It was Amazon developed. What was I expecting out of it? Hey, Ken, having a good night? I am. The thing is that you have to choose to trust when you invest in an MMO. You know, and just because Amazon is Amazon does not mean that their development team was going to do that. You know, and to be honest, you know, what else was there to play? So I'm still glad I played, don't get me wrong. I'm just sad that it couldn't continue. I mean, the game is still going. It's just it's not in a state that I enjoy playing. So bum 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 bum. But it's all good. It's all good. I mean, Guild Wars 2 is still going, but and that's the most fun I've had in any game ever. But I can't play that one anymore either. You know, for kind of similar reasons. Yeah, New World, the parts of New World that were good were absolutely amazing. I mean, the guy that did the music for Game of Thrones did the music for New World. The music and the sound design were absolutely ridiculous. Oh, I forgot to do the skirt on the other side. I mean, just absolutely ridiculously good. You know, it was very, very fun until it wasn't. You know? And different things are fun for different people. So I'm sure that some people, you know, may still enjoy it, and that's great. But for me, you know, it was hard after a while. Flem, I don't care about the night she was born. Tell us about the night she was conceived. Oh God. All right, 1, 2, 1, 3, 4 should be right here. But yeah, no, to answer your question, what was that? Yeah, but the bugs in New World were insane. That's true, the exports. Yeah. You think about an RTX 3080 or higher will work. Yeah, and then, oh, somebody, sorry, 1 second. I missed some chat on YouTube. I was chatting too much with Twitch. Yeah. Okay. Somebody asked about PvP, right? Was that Phlegm? Sorry, I want to follow up on that conversation. I don't know who asked it. Your wife and I always felt New World was developed by people with no MMO experience. 100%. Who asked about PvP? Sorry. Was it on Twitch? Oh, it was Pulsar. Okay, sorry, it wasn't on YouTube. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong chat. Yeah, just like now getting an ad roll. Yay, Amazon. Yeah. So I have the minimum amount of ads that it will let me have on Twitch without doing a pre-roll. Should only be 3 minutes an hour. So if you guys are getting more than 3 minutes an hour, let me know. New World was implemented by people with MMO experience. It was managed by the corporate. Yep, I agree. That's well and truly the answer. We got to put these bottom ones in on the other side, and then we're 25% done with this task. We got it, or it's 33%. We got to do the other two sides. But yeah, I think. Korthal got to go take care of all my characters, and Ashes are Korthal and Korthan. If you play and there's a referral code for construction in his YouTube description. Yeah, thanks Korthal. Appreciate it, man. Have a good night. Korthal's the guild leader while I finish up this playthrough. But yeah, let's see, right here should be right there. The game is soloable for sure, and there is going to be a lot of PvE content. That PvE content is non-instanced. I'm not getting too many ads, just feeling weirdly timed. So they're open world dungeons essentially, but the guild is going to be in need of a lot of good crafters, and the PvP will support them. It's kind of designed. I'll give you two examples of why it will be. It's designed for PvPers and crafters to work together. One is that the PvE okay, that's right. Some of the best PvP, some of the best crafting benches are at the ends of PvE dungeons. And so you have to fight through the dungeon, the open world dungeon, and you can get access to high level crafting benches. And so, you know, it'd be really nice if you had, you know, well-geared combatants helping you get to the end. And because it's instanced, oh my gosh, I forgot this one too. Jeez. Brohan. Didn't do this one. And because it's instanced, there will be opportunities for PvP inside. But the idea is that, you know, everybody's gonna hopefully work together. And then the other time that, so having a guild that works together, that where the crafters feed the PvPers and vice versa, and the PvEers, you know, the dungeon pros, I think will be advantageous for guilds. Everybody working together. Oh, yeah, is that still gold? Okay, that's good. So, and then the other one is you run, to get the best rewards for crafting, you trade runs, basically, where you're kind of in PvP areas. But again, you know, the idea is that you will hopefully have people in your guild that can keep you alive. But there is non-PvP content, but PvP is a big part of the game for sure. Bum, 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 bum. But the thing is that I'm going to be streaming it, so I think everybody's going to get a chance to see, you know, what the game is long before it's, you know, you don't have to take my word for it. Bum. So we'll find out real quick. And again, the game's still in alpha. Thank you for the follow, JB Dobin. The game's still in alpha, right? And so there's going to be a lot of changes to it for sure. I don't like that. Sorry. And we'll get to see it kind of develop, and like right now they're working on specifically they're testing PvP time to kill. Right now in PvP you're kind of getting nuked really fast, and so they're working on bringing that in line to where it's more fun, right? And so that's just an example of, you know, the type of that's better, the type of things that will change over time in the game as alpha continues. Oops. I've reached the end of my day. Thanks for showing off this amazing build. Well, thank you for hanging out, and thanks for chatting and being part of that big raid. You're awesome. It's combo. Vic Welch says it's combo. Okay, good answer. So even the PvE could be PvP. Interesting. There isn't much on the website about crafting. How many crafting types are there, and how well developed are they? They are being developed as we speak, right? But honestly, Flemballer, I would ask that question again when Korthal is in the chat, because he's basically the head crafter of the guild. He's the man. And I'm not in a position to really answer that. But Vic knows some as well. It's combo PvE, PvP. You can attack anything or anyone at any time. Yeah, there is, if you attack somebody improperly, there is consequences. But I think it's gonna be really fun with a solid guild, because, you know, I would love to get to the point where, you know, if the person has our guild tag, anybody that gets attacked will find retribution. Stuff like that I think is going to be really fun. But it is a sandbox game, so in a sense all of the players make their own content. But I'm really looking forward to it. I've been waiting for a game like this, and right now it seems like you know, management knows what they want, and they want everything I want, which is, you know, for instance, no pay to win ever. Ever. And there's no box price either. There's only the monthly fee. And I get how there may be a lot of people that don't want to do that. But for me, a good MMO is worth a $15 a month monthly fee. Especially when there's no box price. Yeah, 15 different crafting classes. Yeah, wow, that's more than I expected. Well, that includes gathering and refining. The 15 include gathering and refining. The best, as far as I understand, the best gear in the game is intended to be crafted, not dropped. So it's not like World of Warcraft where, you know, to get the best gear in the game, you're, you know, doing dungeons. You're doing dungeons for materials, and you're helping your crafters level and stay alive, and get access to the best benches. And then they help you get the best gear, and then everybody does better, hopefully. Over and over and over and over. What's over and over and over? Dragon. Boom. Oh, the dungeons. Getting the gear. Come on, bro. Yeah, the content is not going to be doing the same raid boss until the end of time. At least it doesn't seem that way right now. Yeah, Warcraft dungeons, yeah. And our guild needs a massive amount of officers too. Recruitment officers, more crafting officers, officers in general. So I'm going to be looking for people that have experience and that want to grow the guild, grow the channel. It's going to be fun. I have got a couple of small streamers, like little guys, littler than me, that want to play with us. So we're going to be streamer friendly as well. So it's I'm really looking forward to it. But we gotta finish this beast first. But we are making progress. Every second that goes by, I complete more. What's MMO RPG focused on crafters? Sounds dangerous to you. What's the name of this game? Ashes of Creation. Leo the human. Yeah. A big streamer. All right, Vic, have a good night. A big streamer streams. So if you've heard of Pirate Software, aka Thor, he is streaming Ashes of Creation a few times a week at this point. He's the biggest one, like by far. There's actually a lot of room. There's going to be a lot of room for me in that game as a content creator. But my point was, if you want to see some gameplay, or you can watch some of his old VODs. I think he was playing yesterday or the day before. And you can kind of get a feel for it. Ken, okay. Sorry, Sushi Cat. Hey, Ken, I had an idea last night when you were taking a screenshot. I think you should do lights on the sides of the pylons, left and right, which are facing the front. Are there not so lights there? I have to see. I've been looking for a good reason to justify a newer computer. This might be it. Perfect, Flem. I'm happy to put up with your trolling in the other game. And then you can troll me, in game and not just in chat. Because let's be honest, that's what this channel is, and that game's gonna devolve into. I thought I did put lights in there, Sushi Cat. Do I just have I may just have a lot fewer lights. Are you thinking more lights? Is that what you were suggesting? The link to, if anybody wants to check it out and make a like Leo the Human or Flemballer on Twitch and YouTube respectively, I do have a there is a referral system, and I would never ask somebody to spend money they weren't already going to spend. But if you do plan on spending money and playing the game and buying the game, or buying access to the alpha is what I should say, then if you know, using my referral would be super cool. But you know, it's all good. But the link for that is in my YouTube description. What are we doing here? But yeah, you can definitely check out the website, or like I said, I would check out Pirate Software's long form VODs, and you'll get a real feel for it very quickly. I was gonna start a guild called Rebel Dusk. Sounds like that Netflix movie that Zack Snyder put out. But yeah, we do end up talking about that because, you know, there's, besides myself being excited for it, I have a decent amount of my viewership excited for it too. But I try not to let that other game dominate all of the discussion all the time, although sometimes it does. But I was gonna talk about the pylons that have no lights currently on the east and west. I think you just do the sides. Those aren't done. I'm gonna do the east and west. Yeah, I haven't done any of that. I'm basically gonna be doing lights on the pylons next, as soon as I finish all this trim work. No, I haven't done any of that. I will be doing that, Sushi Cat. I see what you're saying, so that on the next screenshot, for the next screenshot, okay. Sorry, Sushi Cat, I got you now. You're saying just throw it in so that it makes the next screenshot look better. I actually hope to do that tonight. I don't know, how long have we been going? 2.5 hours? Crap. All I've done is trim work. I mean, it needs to be done. I can maybe go 6 tonight. I gotta be careful. I gotta get up and work tomorrow. But I'll push what I can, guys. I will push what I can. I agree with you though, Sushi Cat, 100%. If I could get those lights in, it would look really nice. Shake your booty. How am I doing? I'm doing good. I'm grinding away, buddy. The grind is real. I went all out on the first side, and now I'm trying to continue it. But it looks so good. I don't have it in me to regret the amount of detail that I put in to the cosmetics of this, even though I feel like I might want to. Because it looks good. Aesthetic builds in Satisfactory are just so tedious you can't do them. Well, that's okay, Leo. That's what I'm here for. So I'll do the tediousness, and we'll hang out and chat and shoot the shit. Think of it like, you know those like really bad YouTube shorts and maybe TikToks? I don't know. I've never been on TikTok, but I think they're similar. That are talking about one thing, but then they show like, you know, somebody doing something that's visually interesting but completely unrelated to what they're talking about, you know, like soap shaving, or like jumping on the blocks, the little block floating blocks in Minecraft, or like there's a million of them, you know what I mean? Have we made an error? No, we're okay. Never regretted good work. No regrets. Yeah, Shake. Not even a letter. No regrets. We have 34 concurrent viewers on YouTube with 8 likes, and I really appreciate those likes, you guys. They make a difference. It helps YouTube decide that this particular live stream is worth pitching to people. So I appreciate the likes, you guys. And usually something that doesn't require thinking about. Yeah, well, that's basically what this is. Yes, I'm playing Satisfactory, but I'm kind of just doing visually interesting things while we have a podcast. where we have a one-man podcast where I'm just talking about whatever. We talk about other games. We talk about, I tell stories of my life. I talk about, we've talked about conspiracy theories, economics. We don't talk about politics, or we try not to, because, you know, people come from all parts of life, and no matter what, some percentage of one side would probably not be happy, and probably more than that, because I'm not a politics channel, and I've kind of built my channel around chilling out and relaxing, and politics is anything but that. So anything other than that, we talk about. You know, we've done conspiracy theories. We've talked about crypto. Come on, will you unselect, please? Can we not? There we go. Whiskey, art, yep. You're mostly here for the podcast? Perfect. I would absolutely do a podcast. Like no joke, I would totally do that. I think my strength is in my ability to talk. My wife disagrees, and so does my mother. But what do they know? Actually, my wife does like to listen to me talk. It's why we get along. Having said that, she enjoys the break that this channel has provided for her. And lately, as lately she's been really spending a lot of time on as our kids slowly start to grow, and as we have stopped having them. She's been working on her art, and so she's happy with her little alone time, and she's got her cat, and she's happy down in, while I do this, she's doing her art with her cat and listening to her music. And I have a good life. I have a great life. But like I said, she appreciates the fact that I have other people to talk to besides her. How likely is it you keep them? Okay, so okay, so right now, all right, let me give you, to answer that, I'm gonna answer it this way. What I'm doing right now is pretty it doesn't take a lot of my brain, right? I can talk, I know the general plan of what I'm doing. I've already done the design work. For instance, I'm not trying to decide like how to build this thing. It's already built. I'm not trying to decide, you know, should I build this line here? I know that it already needs to be done because that work has already been done, right? And so I can get very, as we are now using the vernacular, podcasty, because I have brain power to spare on being able to chat with you guys and read chat. That can be really difficult sometimes in Satisfactory. Sometimes I have to buckle down and I really have to concentrate on design work. Like when I designed these blueprints, we basically didn't chat. I tried to read chat and stuff, but we couldn't really talk about stuff. But now that I'm just kind of grinding out these you know, these tasks, I can chat about whatever. I think the MMO is going to provide many more opportunities for this type of chatting that we're doing right now, more so even than Satisfactory has. So and sort of the opposite of that was Factorio. My Factorio playthrough had basically none of this chatting because I was learning Factorio live while I was streaming it. And it was very difficult for me to, because I'm expending every ounce of brain, my limited brain, on trying to figure out how this effing game worked. You know, when I was playing Factorio, that there was essentially no chatting like this. So I think the MMO is going to be is going to provide more opportunities for this. You know, because you know what an MMO is, right? There's so much grinding and, you know, killing these animals and running around, and now there'll be action too. Like when we do a dungeon, obviously I'll be focused on that. You know, if we have a big PvP battle or something, you know, I'll be focused on that. But I think it's going to provide a lot of good chill time to, you know, talk about shit. All right, Blue Varro, have a good night, man. I popped a little pic on the Discord general. I don't think you need to do lights everywhere, but just those front-facing sides will make it pop. Yeah, here, let me look. Popped a pic in the Discord. Oh, right there. All right, here. Yeah, let me. Yeah. No, I agree with you. And my hope is that we get these side lights in today, for all of them. Basically, I think I'm gonna do these side lights. And I may actually put some more rando lights in here. I feel like this is a little bit lacking. And I was thinking about that as well. But no, I'm putting in, right now I'm putting in these horizontal lines, and we'll go back through and we'll do the lights on these tonight. There and there on the other side. I'm with you, and you're right. I don't think to accomplish that goal I need to necessarily do them all, but I so want to. But I don't think we'll get the front-facing lights done today. We'll leave those to probably tomorrow, but we can do everything, the sides, the backs, and all of the this work we're doing now. We can get that all done tonight. For sure. I mean, if you want to start some shit, I'm ready to talk some shit about cars. Okay, so cars is something that I definitely don't know a lot about, unfortunately. It's funny, I was seeing my family in Kansas, my mom's side of the family, who I never get to see. I haven't seen them for years and years and years. They are all, as a group, very much into cars, and I just had to smile and nod. It was never really my thing. I did ride a motorcycle. I had a Ninja 500 in college that I went down on the freeway, and I lived. Obviously, I am not a zombie. I lived to tell the tale, but my hand got beat up pretty good, and other parts of my body. But other than that, I've never really been super into cars as like a fun thing, you know? But that's cool. All right, how are we gonna do this? How are we gonna do it? How shall I do it? This is a little bit messed up. Let's move this down. All right. And actually, I think that this can be better. I think we can do better. Not better. 1, 2, 3. That is better. A little better. Motorcycle accidents are the worst. I almost died in one. Actually, my motorcycle accident is not the closest I've ever been to dying. Although, it was close. Hold on, I need to take a drink. I've been talking like a crazy person. I haven't taken a drink. Yeah, well, I'm a bigger guy now, but I was a big guy then. That was probably too small of a bike for me. The different colors. Was it 2004? Oh my God. Ooh, the feels. This was it. This is my boy. This is the boy right here. Wow. I did not expect to feel that emotion when I looked at that. At the time, I probably weighed around 240 pounds, 230 to 240 when I rode this. It probably wasn't big enough. But I went down, I was going 50 miles an hour on the freeway. It did pop in my head to, I'll tell you which one I wanted. I wanted this one. I wanted one of these. I wanted a 636. One of the older style ones. These are all new. There was like 2006 maybe. Yeah, these right here. Yeah, I wanted one of these really, really bad. Yeah, this was my dream. This was my dream. I never achieved that dream. And then I got hurt. I got hurt and messed my hand up pretty bad. And then all of a sudden, I was graduating college. I was married, and there was a kid on the way. Like, I didn't even, like, I blinked. I blinked, and I had a child. I was like, oh, I'm gonna get on again. I'm gonna ride again. I'm gonna ride, you know. And then I got my job, and then after that, like, I knew, like, if you guys have listened to me a while, I think it's pretty fair to say that I am fairly aware, right? I try to be. I had no illusions on what I was doing. Every time I got on that thing I commuted to college, but it was like 35 minutes away to get to Sac State from where I lived. I knew what was going on, right? And I made a decision that I wanted to ride a motorcycle enough that it was worth me dying over it. I was in college, so I wasn't like, oh, I'm invincible. I was like, I decided I want to do this enough that I'm willing to, you know, deal with the consequences. As soon as I basically got married, and especially when I had a kid, I no longer have that luxury. You know? I would love to ride again someday, but it won't be something like that. It'll be, you know, a touring bike. I'm not going to be a Harley guy, but I would do something like a touring bike. Maybe a cruiser, something like that. An 06 Stratoliner. Let me see what that looks like. Nice. I would do something like this. That's really nice. I'd have to lose some weight. I'm kind of a fatty right now. Yeah, I would do something like this. Go cross country. Absolutely. I would really enjoy something like this. You know, something nice and comfy. I would do that after my kids all move out. But I probably won't. I'll probably get an RV or something. Or, you know, hopefully I'm wealthy enough to where, you know, I just go where I want to do what I want to do. Maybe I'll do travel logs. Travel blogs and stuff. I do want to get my wife out to see some of the great landscapes of the world, so that she can paint. She's a landscape oil painter, and I would travel, of course, with the wife, and I would do something like that. So I don't know if a motorcycle will ever happen again, but I took that chance when I had the chance, and it's one of the It's one of the things I'm most grateful of, that I didn't not do that when I had the means, motive, and opportunity. You know? I'm not sure if impregnating women by blinking is a gift or a curse. I'm not sure if impregnating women... Oh, I blinked and then I had a kid. Yes, that's not exactly what... It took me a second. Cynical Finch on YouTube to backtrack my conversation to figure out what in the hell you were talking about. That is funny though. Oh, that beast will move you. It moved all 290 pounds of me just fine. Nice. Well, I'm at I'm currently at 340. Well, between 330 and 340. So I'm 6'2". I've got some work to do. I kind of fell off the wagon a little bit on that emergency trip that I took for earlier in the year, or I mean a few weeks ago. But I'm trying to get back on it. I'm walking again, and I'm gonna start working out again really soon. I also got kind of sick. If you guys remember, I was coughing. I didn't want to take that to the gym. But my eating isn't too bad. Weekends aside, although even then my I've been doing all that smoking. I've been trying to smoke mostly chicken. But it's a fight that I will be fighting until I die. But hopefully if I win the fight enough, it will be plenty of time until that day, until I do die. About the same that I used to have. Yeah, and I'm sure you know this, but I'm heavy, but in the sense that like I can still get on my roof and work. You know what I mean? Like I'm still, I'm 40, so it won't last forever. But I'm not the kind of really heavy person that can't walk around and stuff, and you know what I mean? Although, every 10 pounds I manage to get rid of, it makes everything easier, of course. There we go. I was down under 300 last year, and then I let it lapse, and it slowly but surely came back. Don't call me Shirley. Yeah, I was 6 foot at 290, so you're a bit round, but I can move. Yeah, I wouldn't want to get in a fight with me. Plus, I had all that wrestling time. So I'm still pretty. I'm still okay. But having said that, I gotta get my shit together. Okay, another one done. 5'6", 230. You're more than a little round. All right, those sides are done. Right now, we're mostly just trying to get this texture in, and then we'll go from there. Nice nickname, by the way. Fitting. Yeah, Cynical Finch. Yeah, I've basically tried and done it all. The only thing I've actually never tried... Okay, no, that's not true. There's 2 things I've never tried. I've never tried either of the most extreme versions of dieting. I have not done full carnivore, nor have I done full vegetarian, but I've done, I think, everything else. And I have a really good idea right now what works the best for me, and it actually, that knowing that gives me a lot of confidence, oopsie, to put in the effort that I need to put in, because I don't want to like put in a shit ton of effort when I'm not sure that the way I'm going about it is gonna work well for me. So I have put in that time to know what my go-to strategy is. Now there's no excuses. I just have to do it, and I have to stay on it. I've talked about this before on the channel. I'm actually pretty good at doing anything that I feel is important. You know, anything that I really want to do. As long as I don't have to do a lot more else than that. Like, I can, if I really concentrate, man, that is so screwed up. The problem is when I stop focusing on, like, you know, losing weight and going to the gym every day and walking every day and eating the right things every day and keeping control of my you know, cravings and stuff, then I do great. But as soon as I'm like, okay, I've got my weight into an okay place, let's try to focus on my YouTube channel, or let's try to focus on whatever, all of a sudden I have a problem, and it's hard for me to stay where I was. You know, it's hard for me not to backslide. So my next sort of level up is going to be figuring out how to not lose my gains and not backslide, but also not be thinking about it, allowing myself to work on something else as well. I don't know if that makes sense. But anyway, that's kind of where I'm at. All right, let's get this stuff in. Yeah, cut sugar completely. Oh no, I do. I don't actually have any sugar right now. That was an easy one. That was the one I have done that, and I agree 100%. That's one that I think is as universal as you can be with you know, and with, you know, advice in that style. It is that's the worst, right? The fast carbs. I 100% agree. But I gain weight even when I don't eat sugar. I like food. I like food a lot. And if I'm not paying attention, I will eat all the food. I have lots of really good snacks in the house. I have like really nice protein bars. We keep a lot of cottage cheese. I do cottage cheese and strawberries and raspberries. I've got these really nice tuna that I have that I just put a little bit of salt and pepper and cilantro in, and that's a really, really high protein, low calorie. We do protein shakes. I've got it. We basically just eat most meals. My Sunday meals, I definitely allow a little bit more freedom on, but I still don't think I do sugar. I do more carbs on Sundays for sure, but I do rest of the week is usually ground turkey or chicken breast pretty much every day. I mean, I would say basically every day is either ground turkey or chicken breast. So yeah, what are you at? What are you at now, Dragon? Yeah, I had to I changed my diet enough to where I can get into keto pretty easily, and it not I've gotten to the point where I know when I'm in ketosis. It takes me about 2 days of fasting or no carbs, essentially. But I don't get the keto flu anymore. I used to get it really bad when I would cut carbs. But I don't really get it anymore. My energy goes up. I can work out better as long as I'm eating the protein I need. The protein is, I think, for me, the most important part. Are we doing okay here? Yeah, we're doing good. Now we up it by 6. I do a lot better when I've got my... I just basically try to eat as much protein with the least amount of calories as possible. That's been the most successful for me. And it's kind of my rule. What I did is I mathed it out, because you guys know me. Also, fruit equals sugar. Yeah, I don't drink soft drinks. I drink whiskey. It's the only alcohol I drink. I do drink a diet soda sometimes, and I drink my sugar-free Red Bulls. But no, I don't drink sugar-free sodas. I haven't done that in a long, long time. And I drink a couple of fingers of whiskey when I hang out with you guys, and that's about it. And then I don't really eat fruit either, except for strawberries and raspberries, and they are the 2 types of fruits that have the least amount of sugar in them, which is why I eat them. Yeah, it does make sense. I frequently find myself focused on either work or home and rarely striking the balance. I'm very bad at it, guys. I mean, look what I'm doing with this channel. Like, I'm not a guy that can, I have a hard time balancing multiple games. I'm like 1 game at a time, and I'm very good at it. I get good at it, but it's hard for me to do anything else, right? And this is, you know, it's a microcosm of my life, really. Luckily, I have my amazing wife who helps handle some of those other items when I have a hard time. Otherwise, I'd be toast. But that is my superpower, is hyper focusing on something until I get really good at it. That's yeah, on the Twitch conversation you guys are having. Yeah, 100%. And that's something that a lot of people, you guys, both of you guys get it, but a lot of people don't really understand, is that you have to find out what works for you. And everybody's different, and everybody has different health complications. I will say that in general, I do think that fast sugar is bad. That doesn't mean you can't eat any carbs. But I do think in a lot of cases, like, actual sugar is not good. Again, everybody's different, but for most people, I think cutting out quick absorbing carbs is a real benefit. I was taught to never eat until I'm full. I only eat until I'm no longer hungry. Yeah, Flem, I was taught that too. But then my body's like, this is good, and I just keep eating. I have, and actually fasting has helped me with that. So when I do my fasting, I actually shrink my interior stomach, like my stomach, not like my belly, like not my fat belly. I mean like my stomach, and that actually helps me deal with the want of wanting to keep eating. It kind of like helps me reset my dopamine, and like, yeah, in theory, the knowledge is absolutely I want to do that, and then I find myself not doing it every day. I mean, I definitely have some sort of food, abnormal relationship with food that I fight all the time. I've talked about this before, but like, I also have this inability to not think about something once I've like to let something go in my mind, you know. And I've talked about how like I know where absolutely every fast food restaurant is between here and work, right? And 999 times out of 1,000 I'm able to drive by it, but then it gets me eventually. But it's okay. It's mostly just, you know, and it's crazy because I'm so disciplined in all other aspects of my life. You know, I've never had a problem, you know, going to work, doing the right thing. I mean, you know, when I was doing sports, I was dedicated. I have a goal set in my mind. I go after it. You know, look what I'm doing with the, you know, the Satisfactory stuff. I've done that kind of shit all my life. And then when it's dinner time, I just keep eating. I mean, not all the time, but sometimes I do better than others. But like I said, I actually have found that when I do long-term fasting, my craving control my cravings get under control a lot better, and I find myself enjoying my food more too. Like the food is less food is more satisfying. And that's true even with the intermittent fasting, but I've also done some really long-term fasts as well. And that's like a really hard reset, which is nice, and I really actually should do one of those very soon, because it makes everything else easier after I'm done with it. Then I have to be careful not to start eating shit again, because I don't want to eat badly after I've done a fast. I feel like eating well, you know. And then once I like open the door, I crack the door open to eating poorly, it kind of takes over, or it's harder to deal with. So like I said, I found fasting kind of works for me, but just as we were talking about, as you guys were talking about on Twitch, that doesn't work for everybody. It's also it's a lot harder for women to fast than it is for men, because, you know, women have this thing called hormones that men don't really have to worry about in the same way, and how you eat and when you not eat and other things that happen throughout the life of a woman. It makes it much harder to fast, or not harder to fast, but it has to be more deliberate. But when I do, I take extra electrolytes, and I follow good advice. I'm not making it up as I go. Horizontal time, have a good one. All right, Dragonheart Wormkit, thanks for stopping by. Chemicals in sugar-free and fat-free are bad, if not worse. I agree with that. I missed that. I agree with that. I am fully aware that my Diet Dr. Pepper that I drink, I'm trying to wean myself off of it. Yeah, and usually fat-free stuff just means it has more sugar in it. Almost always. Yeah, have a good one, Dragon, if in case I didn't already miss it. Favorite bad joke perpetuated on public by marketing: veggie sticks found in the chip aisle of grocery stores. It's healthier than the potato chip. What a crock of bad joke. It's starchy veggie deep fried. It's a potato chip without being made of potatoes. Yeah, yeah. So my general rule is try to shop outside the aisles. Right? Fresh food is always better. Now, you can't, you know, everybody's financial situation is different, and, you know, I'm not even going to talk about eggs, but, like, you know what I mean? We can't always do that. But in general, anything in the aisles, I really do try to avoid. Still though, eating food that you've bought is almost always better than eating out. That's the other thing. You really just have to learn how to cook. You have to cook your own food. That's like I stopped getting bigger when I really learned how to cook, and you know, and I cook with my wife. She does most of the cooking on the weekdays, just because I'm working so much. But I used to do more. But I do most of the cooking on the weekends, and that alone helped me stop getting bigger. And then I'm sort of still fighting the I gotta push the boulder back up the hill. I mostly overeat at work due to the abundance of high quality food for free. At least it's high quality. Where do you work, Leo the human? Yeah, when a chicken sandwich from the fast food place is 150% of the recommended daily calorie intake, it's usually better to make it at home. Yeah, 100%. Making food at home is the ultimate cheat code. But it's hard. Like if you and a partner are both, you know, working outside the home, and you know, there's not a lot of time. You know, if there's kids, and they're not old enough to really help yet, it can be really, really, really hard. And there's a hierarchy of needs, and that hierarchy is make enough money so that you don't get into foreclosure. Like if your entire brain is focused on that, then it can be really hard to do the extra steps needed to, you know, not get fat. And it sucks. I think there's systemic problems in, you know, if not our food, then especially our food culture, that where the default setting is get fat. It shouldn't be that way. It sucks. Milkshakes have more in it than the meal. 100%. I know. So like, all right. So here's a cheat that my wife and I have been doing. Right. I love like hot mochas. Like in the morning. Well, my wife got, and my wife was spending a lot of money on Starbucks. So we actually spent, but she used to work as a barista. And so we spent way too much money on a cappuccino machine at home, like a good one. And instead of like a chocolate milk, I use those Fairlife protein shakes. You know, they're relatively low calories, and well, she makes them, and she makes me what is essentially a mocha, but with a protein, you know, with like half a cup of protein shake. And it's really awesome. And we don't buy Starbucks now, but that machine is expensive. And I wouldn't have been able to buy that 10 years ago. You know, I wouldn't have been able to buy that in, you know, in my 20s or even my early 30s. You know, being poor is expensive. Like, you know, and we were worried about different things. Like there was a time when I was worried I was going to lose my house. I'm not I'm not making sure I go to the gym on those days. Maybe I should have, you know, but I wasn't. It's so much harder to. And now there's no excuse. Now I'm just being stupid and lazy. But I'm gonna fix it. I started my walking again, and the eating is in a good spot right now to be for sure. And thank you, first time chatter, Von Hartman on Twitch. Appreciate it. Where are we at here? 38 concurrent viewers on YouTube and still 45 on Twitch after that raid, which was like 2 hours ago. I appreciate you guys hanging out. We're kind of shooting the shit while I do this kind of repetitive cosmetic work on my giant Tyrell Corporation pyramid, while the cyberpunk city overlooks us in the distance. So we're having a good time. And if anybody has any questions about the build or wants a tour or anything, you know, just I probably won't do a full one, but I could talk about, you know, what I'm doing a little bit more than talking about non-satisfactory stuff. As I mentioned a few minutes ago, this is essentially a podcast channel where I build things in Satisfactory. I'm heading into a Dota match. All right, man. Good luck. Last time I logged in, you were doing the shell. It's looking good. Thank you. Have you seen the front? Von Hartman, have you seen the front? The front is done. I'm kind of catching up on the sides, trying to get the sides to look like the front. If you haven't seen the front, let me know. I'll jet over there. I don't have the mental health excuse for not going to the gym, but I have physical health concerns post second bout with COVID. Developed asthma, and some hip issues, the choice of getting old, and financial concerns, going to the gym. What I was getting out of it, I wasn't worth going. Yeah, I'm with you there. For me, I did a lot of weight loss just from walking, and which is why I'm focusing on the walking first. And then, but for me, lifting heavy weights is something I enjoy. And by the way, when I say go to the gym, I'm not like running, I'm not doing cardio, I'm not getting on the treadmill. I'm actually lifting heavy weights, because that I enjoy that. It reminds me of when I was doing wrestling in high school and in college, and I enjoy that. And you know, not everybody would, but I have found that for me, it helps me, you know, it lets me kind of focus on eating protein, and so I get a lot of good like satiation out of that. And it, you know, it feels good to go and work hard, like physically. But again, that's not fun. I know some people that enjoy running. I would rather die like 20 years sooner than run every day of my life. I'm not doing it. I hate it. I absolutely hate it. Like I'm sort of like being hyperbolic when I say that, but I'm also kind of not. So like, but other people really, really enjoy it. And so, you know, if another person lost a bunch of weight from running, they may tell me, oh, why do I keep doing that? They may tell me, oh, you should run, get up and run every day at 5 a.m. That's what I did. But there's no way in hell I'm doing that. So, you know, if I talk about how I enjoy working out, and that's not something that either A, you like doing, or B, you can do, then that doesn't mean that that wouldn't work for you. I will say though that walking is something that most people can do, and that's actually how I won my weight loss contest. I didn't work out at all. I walked. But yeah, Von Hartman, I see what you're saying. I see you say no. Let me finish this little task and then I'll show you the front, okay? Oh my gosh, I don't know why that's happening. One, two, three, four. Yep. Mostly when I talk about my stuff, guys, I'm talking about what's worked for me. And I would love to see, you know, and if anybody's interested in, you know, hearing about ideas, that's great. But if you're not, then I, you know, never think that I'm like, you know, pushing something or judging or whatever. We're all here to have fun. Wife used to spend an hour on the treadmill, and I used to do a mix of treadmill, bike, and various other weight-based machines, trying to strengthen shoulders and back and legs. Ended up with exacerbated bursitis on both sides. Yeah. And herniated disc. Yeah. I herniated a disc. I was working in my backyard, and I was being a moron. And I hurt myself badly. I didn't want to get surgery, and so I actually, what I ended up doing, you can see a little bit of the front there, Von Hartmann, and I'll show you it as soon as I finish this last side, this very last side. I'll finish it off and I'll show you the front. I got a decompression machine, a decompression table, and I got on it. It was kind of the second time I'd gotten on it. Hey, I need to get up here. What's the hold up, bro? And basically I was finally relaxed, and my herniated disc deherniated with the loudest release and pop and like you know, just euphoric feeling I could possibly imagine. And I knew the instant that it slipped into place that I wouldn't have to get back surgery, which was absolutely ridiculously amazing. What is going on? Everything, it's not going well. We need to fix this. I need more power. Wow. 4 herniated discs. Yeah. Basically, I hang upside down like a bat from a inversion table that is made for fat guys. Yeah, no, I could definitely see how going to the gym would not be the best for you. But like I said, I actually lost the most amount of weight I've lost in my adult life was actually due to walking, not working out. I do think for me, I need to be working out to keep it off, but that's a different story. Game Lab, Tyrell Corporation, very reproducible. Yeah, I think so. And I'm gonna show, I'm gonna kind of show off the front here as soon as I finish this, this one side that I'm working on. All right, so if you hang out, I'll show you what it looks like from the front. But we're kind of just hanging out while I do this fairly repetitive cosmetic work. And then I answered a question. Oh yeah, Flemballer, yes, to finish off your sentence. Yeah, I agree with what you said. Although technically I actually have quit cold turkey a couple times when I did long-term fasts, and that actually, like an addiction, did help. So I've actually tried that, and it helped for me, like I was saying. Mostly overeat at work due to the abundance of free yep. And then Leo, you work at a tech company in San Francisco Bay Area. We have a Michelin star chef in charge of our food program. Of course you do. Do you work for I'm not gonna ask every company, I'm just gonna ask 2. Do you work for either YouTube or Lyft? Because I'm curious. And yeah, that would be incredibly difficult for me. I do not envy you that. Although, that also sounds really good. At least it's high quality food, right? Most of my problem, most of my life, not so much anymore, I do a lot better, has been the fact that I've eaten shit. You know what I mean? That's been... I'm sorry. I love eating McDonald's chicken nuggets. I don't know what's wrong with me. I love In-N-Out. I love McDonald's chicken nuggets. I would go right now. I've had dinner. I don't need to eat. I could go right now and go get 2 McDoubles and 20-piece chicken nuggets and a French fry and eat it, and then go to bed. I could absolutely do that right now. Like, like I have a problem. And I wouldn't even get that sick. I would feel uncomfortable. But like, I wouldn't care. I've done it so many times in my life. You know, and that's bad. Like, I know it's bad. But like I said, I've been a lot better lately. It helps when I'm, you know, I turned 40 last year. And it really helps to kind of like, okay, like we got to stop this shit. We can't do this forever. You know what I mean? It kind of helps bring things into perspective. You know, I got one kid that just made it to high school, and I got another kid, you know, that's 3, and 3 more in between those two. Like, I got to be around, you know? And I can't do that eating like a moron. Eating like I'm 25 and, you know, have a hangover. You know? So that's helped. For sure. Zooks, Amazon's robo-taxi development. Interesting. So, were you here when we were talking shit about Amazon earlier? We were doing a little shit talking, not about your division. You were, weren't you? You were in the other chat when we were talking about New World. Mostly, I was just sad. It made me sad. I wasn't angry. I'll use the dad line. I wasn't angry. I was disappointed. Yeah, a standing desk. So here's the thing. I know deep down in my heart of hearts, what will fix my weight problem is a standing desk. And the reason is because for work, how I make money to feed my family and to have shelter over our heads is desk work. My side job, how I make money on the side. What am I doing right now? Desk work. What I enjoy doing when I'm not doing my side hustle or working, why does it keep doing that? Guess what? Desk work. I have to make time out of my day to walk. Because if I don't, I will just literally, I'll work all day in my room because I work from home. And then I'll do this all night. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I know down deep in my plums that I have to get a standing desk. I just can't deal with it. Like, mentally, like I don't want to. Oh, New World? Yeah, New World is Amazon's game. Okay, guys, we finished that task. You guys ready for a little tour? I'll kind of keep it hidden. And then what I'll do is I'll jump through the, it's this face right here. Okay, right, whoop, right there. All right, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna jump through, are you still around, Von Hartman? I'm gonna jump through this man cannon, and then what it'll do is it'll shoot us up, and then we'll be able to get a nice view of the front of this thing. All right, so if you've been hanging out and you haven't seen it, oh, your chat is so real about your body. I've not heard anyone talk about it like that. I relate to it all but McDonald's. Well, right, but you know, you probably have your own, you know, we all have our vices. Right? You probably have your own thing. If we make good food at home, I will eat 3 times the portion that I should. YouTube doesn't show ads. Yeah. They do. They just allow me to turn them off. Leo. Yeah. Okay, here we go. If anybody hasn't seen this, I'm going to turn the light off. And I've got the right, do I have the right jetpack on? I do. So the plan is I'm going to go through this. It's going to shoot us up in the air. I'm going to turn around, and then we're going to see this at a distance. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready to be absolutely blown away? I am. There we go. Oh no, we're too far. Come back. We moved out of sign range. There we go. We got all the signs back. You have YouTube Premium? You don't watch ads on YouTube? Yeah, me neither. And this is only 1/4 of the work. Right? Because I got to do it to the other 4 sides. The other 3 sides. All right, we're out of power. We're out of gas. That's why I'm doing it over the railway, so I can switch and then do that. But it's harder to see at this lower angle. So that's why I kind of go up like that. But yeah, so these lights in the front face are very randomized. Those lights on the interfaces are much more ordered. But most of this is done with blueprints. And so it comes together fast when I'm able to switch to the, do the blueprint parts of it. Better resolution and no ads is why I'm here, and I'm kind of surprised you're not contractually obligated to watch on Amazon's own service. That's funny. Yeah, no, YouTube. Yeah, so I dual stream, guys. I stream on YouTube and Twitch. They have their own pros and cons. YouTube is 0 ads, even if you don't have YouTube Premium, because YouTube Live, as long as you're live, there will be ads if you don't do YouTube Premium on the VOD. So if you're listening to me non-live right now, then you will have ads, okay? But live, there's no ads on YouTube. Twitch, there is. It's only 3 an hour, but 3 minutes an hour, but it does suck. Okay. But Twitch is snappier, right? There's less of a lag between when you type and when I see it, and then when you hear me respond to what you typed. YouTube is treating my stream as 4K, even though it isn't. I deliver in 3440 by 1440, which is kind of like I'm saying in air quotes 2K, but YouTube treats it as 4K, and so they require this longer lag. Whereas on Twitch, if you see, I have the overlay on the top and the bottom and the black bars. That's still 1080p, and so my 3440 by 1440 isn't that big. It's been shrunk in resolution, and so YouTube provides a better picture, but it's slower, and it doesn't have ads. Whereas Twitch, a lot of more people are used to watching live streams on Twitch, and Twitch is better for interaction. But it has the ads. Sorry, you're still processing it. It's just as you said you wanted. Oh, the building? Yeah, YouTube lag is good enough for the podcast. Yeah, it just depends on what's important to you, really. And what you're used to, right? Like if you have all of your shit set up on Twitch, we'll watch on Twitch for sure. And I'm just happy to be able to provide both those options. Well, why don't I have... Okay. There. Yeah, the build. Yeah, I'm really happy with it. All right, so let's go on to the next step. How's my time? Over 3.5 hours. All right, I think I can do the lights on the sides. All right, so here's the goal. I want to do two things. I want to add a little bit more lights in these side corners. And then we're gonna go right into lights on these edges. Okay? These lights right here. We're gonna build these lights all the way around. And we have 6 total pylons, and each pylon has 2 sides. So we've got to fill out 12 of these sides. And I think that will probably be what I shoot for tonight. You would totally stay on Twitch as you were trying to backseat game. Yeah, well, why don't you tell Eye in the Sky of that next time? He tries to backseat me all the time, which is fine. I don't mind backseating. Because, sorry, good backseating on Satisfactory, you end up with better builds, and that's the goal. So I don't mind it, but at the same time, sometimes it's difficult on YouTube. So I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna add a little bit more random here. Not a lot, and I'm not gonna add any more of the brights. Just the dimmer. Now, one thing that would really help me in 1.1 is the ability to place the sign preloaded that exists in 1.1, but there was so many bugs. I could probably load this in 1.1 right now, but now I'm just kind of nervous. Right, there was like right when 1.1 came out, it was kind of buggy, but that's what experimental is. I don't blame them or anything, but you know, it's experimental, and I don't want to work. Imagine me working for like 20 hours, putting these, like working on this, and then something happening, and I have to revert. I would rage. Like I might actually like full crash out on it. I don't even want to put myself in a position where that could possibly happen. It's worth me having to go through and do these little pasties so that I don't risk that. You know? That doesn't bother me. Ooh, we forgot to rebuild this. Did we? No, we didn't. Yeah, we did. Yeah, we did. You go right here, sucker. There we go. Fun fact: founder of my previous employer also founded Justin TV and sold it to Amazon as Twitch. Wow, nice. All right, and so I do want to fill these out again. Like I said, we're just gonna give us a little bit more lights. A little bit more randomness. And like I said, I'm not going to add any more of the bright variation. We're just going to try to... Here, let's change up that... All 3 of those were together. And by the way, this is a simulation of randomness. It's not true random. Thank you for the follow, Von Hartman. I appreciate it. Oh, and Wolf Sniper Chaos. I don't know if you're still here, but I was probably running my mouth and I missed your notification for the follow. So thank you. I mean, I wasn't probably running my mouth. I was absolutely running my mouth. You know, if running my mouth provided me enough exercise, I would be very skinny. Much less risk in waiting for the official 1.1 release. You put too much work to risk corrupting your save. Yeah, it's tempting. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, I'm tempted because, you know, these signs wouldn't need this pasting time. I could be on to the next task, and we have a lot of pasting in our future. A little bit tonight, but a lot of it tomorrow. You know, it's really gonna hurt tomorrow to not be in 1.1, but Steady as she goes. We'll get there. Okay, so we're gonna recreate, now that I've touched those up, we're gonna recreate this lighting scheme. And basically what I do is I go through and I just try to do a somewhat evenly distributed random scatter. All right, now if I miss and I hit one of the metal pieces, then I move it, but otherwise I'm just trying to get random scatter lights. And what we're trying to emulate is this. All right, and it's the same color that is on the front. And it's also sort of the same sort of random distribution versus this, which is very regular. If you back it up, you're only risking the time you spend in 1.1. Yeah, Leo, the human. The problem is that I spend 6 hours a night. If 1.1 doesn't come out for 2 weeks, I mean, you know what I mean? I realize that I'm only risking the time I spend in 1.1, but the whole point is me gaining time, and I think that kind of defeats the purpose if I, you know, if something bad happens. So what we'll do is we'll go through and we'll paste in kind of all of this lighter, this not so bright, and then we'll pop in the bright move, or the bright version. But yeah, this is how we do. I think it looks good. I'll do one here. But yeah, your chat is so real about your, yeah. Well, I've spent a lot of time, like, I mean, look, I think if you've spent any time like really watching how I play this game how I live my life. You know, I set a goal and I figure out the best way to accomplish that goal. I min-max it, you know, and I learn as much as I can, and I hyper focus on it. Well, a major problem in my life, if not, I mean, financially, I'm in the best spot I've ever been. You know, my family life is absolutely perfect. It's amazing. Like I don't deserve the wife and the kids that I have, right? Everything is amazing. The biggest problem that I have is, well, I have two big problems right now. My job sometimes bores me. Like, it's an amazing job. I cannot complain about my job, but I also get bored. This channel helps fight that, right? It's one of the main reasons of this channel. But the other one, which is a much bigger problem, is, you know, my health. And it's not even, I mean, it is my health, but oh my God, I think there's a skunk outside. But like, it's my weight, like specifically my weight, you know? And so it's kind of something that, except for my hobbies and the things that I want to do with my life, is pretty much the thing that I've thought about the most, because everything else is in such a good spot, especially in the last 10 years when I've had the job that I have, because I've been at my job for 10 years and it's a great job, right? And so I don't have And there was a time when I went balls deep. I drove for Lyft. What do I do for work that bores you? I'll tell you. And it's not a boring job. It's just I've been doing it for 10 years. And I think almost any job, I sometimes get bored. any job. But I did do a time where I kind of went balls out on Lyft, and that's all I did for 3 years. And then I took that money, and after I paid off the debt that I initially started, that's why I started driving Lyft. I bought an investment that starts with C, that is very volatile, with basically the money that I had. I don't want this right against the thing. Made in roughly 2 years of driving Lyft. And I haven't sold any of it. Even to this day, I'm holding it. And I'm in a good spot. Let's just say I'm doing okay. But that's like my nest egg, right? That's the big boy. And so I'm still, still hustling. I'd love to turn this into a full-time business for me. Ooh, that looks nice. And maybe one day I can. I would love to turn this into a full-time business for me. What do I do? Yeah, you're living at 7 years, even if you like the job. Yeah, I'm at 10. But I work from home. I have very little oversight. All I have to do is my job. Well, I have very little, like, direct oversight. I'm a consultant, and so my time is recorded. I have to keep track of every 15 minutes because that's how we charge our clients. Right, so at the end of the day, I have to write down. Ooh, that's too many. It's too many. At the end of the day, I have to write down everything I did and keep track of it every 15 minutes. So the joke that, it's not a joke. The fact that government employees were getting a certain email that required them to say 5 things that they did all week. At our work, we were kind of laughing about that because we have to keep track of every 15 minutes of our time. Hey, Horsey Mart. And we were like, I actually asked the boss, I was like, hey, can we go down to a five bullet point thing for the week? And he's like, get out of here. It was funny. Like, I want to do that. Can we do that? That sounds amazing. So in that sense, I have oversight, but like, as long as I get my work done, it's not like I have a job that, like, if my 25-year-old self knew what kind of job my 45-year-old self had right now, he'd be like, why do you want to leave this? This is like perfect. So in that sense, ooh, that's the bright version. We need to do this version. It's amazing, right? And I'm at home with my kids. My youngest kids, my 2 youngest, my 6-year-old and my 3-year-old, they don't know what life is like with their dad having to go to work. The middle one only barely remembers. Only the older 2 remember. Because since COVID, I've been working from home. I go to the office maybe once a month. Sometimes I have to do work trips and stuff, but I had to do that anyway. But yeah, I am what I do for work is I'm a consultant. I help school districts get facility funding in California. In fact, one of my clients is probably where you work. I've worked with, let's see, you're on the San Mateo side, right? Palo Alto. You're on the Palo Alto side, or are you on the other side of the bay? Ravenswood Elementary School District. I worked with them like a few years ago. We have a lot of Bay Area clients. But yeah, I do really specialized work. I don't really, no, not Horsey Mart, not in the sense of talking about the person directly. I was just making a joke about the emails that were asked of government employees without commenting on. Yeah, Doppel, I'm not running the new update. That's why. The reason that I don't do that is because I'm not running the new update on purpose. But I do know that that option exists in the new update. I'm purposely not doing that because I don't want to risk. It's still an experimental, and I'm okay with. I was actually just talking about that. I'm okay with doing this extra pasting to not risk working for a few weeks in experimental, and then if something went wrong, losing it. I would absolutely lose my shit. So I just feel more comfortable not taking that risk and waiting until 1.1 and those updates are no longer an experimental, and it is what it is, you know? Yeah. I figured you were on that side. Yeah, San Mateo. I did some testing. I went down with a buddy and we did play testing over there at the EA studios. We did like this RPG. We did outside play testing. It was fun. I at the time I really wanted to get a job in gaming. You live across the bay though? No. Yeah. Doppel. No, I know that. That's just backing up your save. But I play 6 to 8 hours a day live streaming on this save. Let's say I did that. Yeah, I have a copy of my save. I'm not saying that I would corrupt my entire save. I'm saying that I would corrupt the time that I spent since putting 1.1 on. Does that make sense? And I don't want to risk that. But like the whole point is to save time. I don't want to risk having to lose 2 weeks so that I save maybe 5 minutes. You know, maybe even if it's 20 minutes a night pasting, that's not worth it to me. I would absolutely back up my saves 100%. Of course I would do that. But I just it would stress. It's not worth the stress. I don't even want to. I don't want to dance with the devil. Yeah. No. I would of course back up my saved. What I would be risking is the work that I would do post backup, and I wouldn't think too much about it, except there already were like basically 2 game-breaking bugs. You know what I mean? I don't know. I'm not only on a backup. I'm on a different server with the same. Yeah, but if it corrupts the save that I work on, I'd have to go back to the backup. To be honest with you, I just blow through it and I'm not going to stress about it. But I have considered it and decided that I have made a conscious choice not to do it. you hope they add paid DLC. They probably will. But I think we're gonna get another handful of free updates before we get to paid DLC. You know, it hasn't even been a year. You know? And you know, there's other games to play while we wait. But yeah, I'm doing a sprint to the end to try to finish this playthrough. That is 100% my goal. It is not to play with the new features. That is not my goal. When I get to play with the new features, I will love them. I'm very much looking forward to a lot of them, but it's not worth risking my push. Yeah, if your OC's having to replace all lifter belts, well, they were broken. It wasn't just OCD. And yes, I would have to, even if they weren't physically broken, if it was a visual bug, I would have to replace them all. I have an insane amount of lifting belts, of lifts in all my buildings. All of them, because they're vertical. Like, I have all lift belts in these buildings. I have an insane amount. Like, I'm not gonna risk it. And like I said, for a while, one version, the lifts actually broke for people, so it wasn't even a visual bug, it was a full bug. You saw the guy that did the F1 car with a build inside of it? I didn't. That sounds right up my alley. I did a Super Star Destroyer with a full build inside of it. That was as long as half the map. Took up all the ocean off of the Spire coast. But yeah, that sounds right up my alley for sure. All right, 2 walls done. It's cool. Yeah, Dopey, I've got a Discord. If you do ! Discord, the FPS Destroyer. That's exactly what it was, Pulsar. Did you watch? You didn't watch that playthrough, right? You just started following me recently, didn't you? I don't think you watched that. It was the FPS Destroyer. It is pretty epic. I can show you guys some pics. Here, let me finish what I'm doing here. I'll show you guys some pics. Oh, you watched the tour I did the other day. Nice. Yeah, let me pull up some for the for those who haven't seen it yet. Just real quick. Battery factory. This is from the drone ports taking off on the front. There's the carrier there, or the bridge. The inside was massive. This was a fuel factory that handled all the oil on the map. 30,500 oil on the map. And I did it with the packaged diluted fuel recipe. And so I needed 10,500 or something like that water per minute, and I droned it all. All of the water was droned, and the oil. And this was like the inside. All these canisters, just rows and rows and rows and rows and rows of factory inside of it. It's one of my screenshots. Oh, here's a better shot of that. It was the FPS killer for sure. Trying to get a better shot of the ship itself. I had a lot of interior shots there. Oh, here we go. Yeah, that's a good one. So I had the Senate building here. This was the temporary train setup. I pulled all this out and put drones in eventually. But this is where it was off the Spire Coast. There you go. I have a whole tour video on that one that I really like. It turned out. It's one of the best videos I've made. Let's see. You think I'm already in? Okay, cool. Yeah, you can post. Oh, this is the wrong thing. You can post that F1 on the Discord, and I'll take a look. Yeah, I made a mega blueprint too. Nice. My save file was so big I could not get it to load on that website. I'm blanking on the name of it. The one that allows you to move stuff. Thank you for the follow, Spanish Lefty. I appreciate it. On Twitch. This build is amazing. The other build I liked was the Eiffel Tower, which I had not seen for a year. Can't remember who that was. Well, 1.1 will be out in 2 to 3 weeks anyway. Yeah. There's no reason for me to risk it for the biscuit, and we, you know, I need to be done with this entire build in like 2 to 3 days. Like I am blitzing. I'm trying to go fast. And I have a reason for that, which, you know, which I've talked about in the past, but it's all good. Basically, there's some other games I want to play. Long story short, I don't want to do this forever, but I also don't want to play another game before I finished this. Hi, thank you for the first time chatter. Boom, boom. Boom. So you live across the bay, though. So you take the San Mateo Bridge every day. When I was talking about my Lyft stint, I would go down to the bay sometimes and drive all day there. I'd go down there for Friday night. I'd drive all night Friday night. I'd sleep. Usually I would sleep in the, okay, we're 1/3 of the way done with these lights. It's going pretty quick. I would usually sleep in the, rest stop that overlooks the Golden Gate Bridge. And then I would get up and I would drive all day on Saturday and Saturday night. And then I would drive home late on Saturday night, sleep all day Sunday, and get up and go to work again on Monday. I did that shit for 3 years. Well, no. I didn't always go down to San Francisco every night. I would, that was too much. Obviously. But I did do that. I did that for a while. Then I just I learned how to get like 80% or maybe even 70% of the return with 40% of the effort and wear and tear on my car. So I did that instead. I stayed in Sacramento and I figured out a little system that worked for me. But I did give up Friday night and Saturday night, every Friday night and Saturday night for almost 4 years. No gaming. I did no gaming during that time. And then after that, I did New World. I sold my house. I pocketed the monies, and I bought the computer that I'm using right now in 2001. Sold my house, and ooh, I don't like all three of those being together in the same row. And then I took the money and I started basically this. I started a YouTube channel for my wife, and then I started this channel in an attempt to learn more about YouTube to help her channel. But then this channel took off, and I started making money. I got monetized very quickly, and so my wife didn't really enjoy the YouTube channel. She likes in-person teaching, and so we essentially retired her YouTube channel. Her videos are still there, but we don't make any more videos or anything. And I just focus on this because we were spending an insane amount of time and we were getting no return on her channel. And so I've been trying to grow my channel ever since. But I didn't really have any idea that this channel would be as successful as it has been, and that I would enjoy live streaming as much as I have. Like I had no idea. I just started it so that I could learn more about the YouTube algorithm to help my wife's channel. But that's it. You know? So yeah. Every day you have to go to the office. Thankfully, not every day of the week. Yeah, nice. All right, let's do it. When we finish this side, we'll be officially halfway done with these lights. And it really hasn't even taken that long. But yeah, if you want to know more about that that video, I'm happy to pop a link in the chat if anybody's interested. On my Star Wars save, I made a very nice. I think it's one of my best videos. Although I wasn't happy with the audio quality, and after I made that video, I bought this mic that you're listening to me on. That's on the older mic that I had, which wasn't exactly the best voice mic. And so the voice quality. You just had a McDonald's advertisement come up. Well, they're listening. That is hilarious. Now, if you get a Lyft advertisement come up, then we know we're really screwed. I mean, we're screwed anyway. AI is coming for us. That's one thing we haven't talked about on this channel. We'll get into, maybe we'll get into the AI tomorrow. I gotta wait for Eye in the Sky. I want to take it. I want to hear his German, his German take on AI. Mostly, I just feel really comfortable arguing with him and telling him he's wrong. Whereas, you know, I don't know most other people in the chat as well as I know him. And so I feel like I have to be nicer to the rest of you. Whereas he, on the other hand, he deserves everything I can dish out to him and more. And if you're watching this VOD Eye in the Sky, you know I'm right. I don't like that one. Streaming can take a lot of your time. It's not easy to build a balance. Balance? Who said anything about balance? No, you're exactly right. But I enjoy it. And it lets me get my, it lets me satisfy my gaming sweet tooth in a way that at least gives me, okay, yeah. An opportunity to, you know, make a little money. Not enough to quit my job, but enough to, you know, reinvest back into the channel. And you know, I've made some friends. I've met some, I met Corthal and I met Oki Sooner News, like in real life. We went out to dinner and lunch respectively. And you know, when we get all connected on the MMO, I would be playing that MMO anyway. Like as a you know, my personal enjoyment, right? I would be playing, I would be doing Satisfactory like this anyway. So at least I can hang out, make a couple bucks, justify the time I spend to my wife, and you know, make sure that I sleep better at night, lying to myself that this is for money. But some games you just want to play for myself. Well, true, and that's one of the reasons why I am switching from this game. I'm not gonna play a game because it's what I think is best to grow my channel. I'm gonna play a game because it's what I want to play. Oh my gosh. All right, Von Hartman, I'm gonna make a quick meme to answer what you just said. Do it where you can't see it, and then I'll show it to you. You ready? Von Hartman said AI is autistic. Not for long. I'm gonna start doing that. I'm gonna just start responding to chat with quickly made memes. All right. But no, Harshimart, you hit the nail on the head, and that is exactly why I'm playing that MMO after Satisfactory. Even though it will more than likely slow my channel growth down, I can only be what I am, and I will be. Yeah, money is not a motivation. Yeah. Now, having said that, I would also absolutely love to grow this channel to replace my income, but not at the expense of being myself and doing what I want to do, because I'm already doing that at my job. Like, I don't want another job. like, you know, job, you know what I mean? So I don't want to turn, you know, making money doing this isn't worth doing things that I don't want to do, even if it is playing games, you know. Having said that, perfect world, I have both, and I know what I need to do. By the way, I need to put out more edited content of these live streams to grow. I have to do that, you know, and I just don't really have the time or the wherewithal to do that right now. And so I'm and again, I've talked about this, sorry if you've heard this before, but I'm working on some options of getting some help with editing. So, and hopefully I can put those in place relatively soon. So we'll see. And if I could kind of force multiply myself a little bit, I might be able to see some really big growth. This is hard. I have no more time to spend on this. You know, I'll give you an example for today. You know, I had to work late. I had to work till almost 6 o'clock. My wife got home. She was teaching. She teaches her Tuesday is her half day. She leaves at noon and she gets back at usually 4:30, but she got stuck running an errand, so she didn't get back till 5:30. Right, I get off at work at basically 6. I went for a very small walk just so I got something in today. You know, she made dinner and we ate, and I came up here to stream, and I'm gonna stream until I can't keep my eyes open. I'm gonna go to sleep and I'm gonna do it all again. So, and I spent some family time in there for sure. And this weekend is my daughter's birthday, and we're having a bunch of people over. So that's why I was practicing my smoker last weekend, is for the upcoming you know. So Saturday night I will not be able to stay up late. It'll probably be a 6-hour stream on Saturday night, just because I'm gonna have 25 kids and about 12 adults at my house on Sunday. I've seen people try to play games they don't like. It usually doesn't work well because they're very unhappy on the stream, and people just don't want to spend time watching negativity. Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. And I am it's really easy to tell if I'm not very happy, personally, especially when I get a camera, right? Like, especially I just know I can't do that. I'm a very good salesman. I'm not very good. I'm a solid salesman as long as I believe in what I'm selling. But I cannot do something that I know somebody doesn't need. And that's why I could never, I'm a licensed realtor. It's why I could never be one full-time, because I don't want my mortgage to depend on whether or not I convince some young couple to buy a house. I want to help them buy a house. If they want to buy the house I'm showing them, I want to help them. But, you know, always be closing. I hate that shit, because that means that they're buying on my influence, and I don't want that. You know, I don't want whether or not I can put diapers on my kid's ass dependent on whether or not, you know, somebody buys a house. You know, and the same thing transfers over into into streaming. I'm not gonna be good if I don't that's a little close, if I don't wholeheartedly believe in what I'm doing, you know. So you know, and I know that enough about myself that it doesn't bother me. But I've had people very well intentioned, you know, tell me like, you can't change genres like that. You're a factory builder. This channel is a factory building channel. You can't play an MMO. You know, you got to start a new channel if you want to do that. I'm just not going to do that, because what would happen is this channel would die, because I'm not going to play factory games for a while. Now, I would love to play the crust on a night that, you know, my MMO is down, like the servers are down. Real life is more important than stream, but stream makes real life easier. Well, again, I look at it like I am killing three birds with one stone. I'm getting my social... I'm enjoying the social interaction of the stream itself, right? This chatting that we're doing. I am enjoying playing Satisfactory and or whatever game I am playing. And it's I've got a little bit of an income from it, with at least a non-zero chance of turning it into an income replacement. To me, that's worth the time, you know. And my you know, I spend time with my kids, and I have a good relationship with my wife, so none of that's being sacrificed. Although I do need to spend more time in the gym. Is my health being sacrificed for this? If I had to be brutally honest with myself, yes, it is. So I just have to find that balance. And I'm doing a sprint right now on this playthrough, but this sprint will not last forever. I've been sprinting since about January 1st on my channel. I pushed through the Factorio content, got that done, and then now I'm pushing through this. You know, and I'm trying to, you know, the trip I had to do screwed everything up, but you know, I'm now, by the way, we're 2/3 done with these lights, and going on to the next thing here. Don't be Hershey drop shaped. No, I'm not Hershey drop shaped. You're smoking tri-tip for dinner with friends this Friday? Oh, nice. I just talked about the tri-tip that I usually do, Leo. I'll talk about it in a second. No, I'm not Hershey drop shaped. I was talking about this earlier. A couple nights ago. I am this guy shaped. Kingpin. Not Fisk, Kingpin. I guess it's the same. I'm basically this guy shaped. Except I have hair. A little bit of hair. But like I'm a little balding on the back. No, it's okay, laugh. I'm a little balding on the back, but from the front it looks like I have most of my hair, and then I turn around and people go, ooh. But no, this is basically me. Some days this is smaller than others. But yeah, no, and like I said, I have hair, but this is it. So I'm just a big guy. And like I said, I'm getting a camera. I'm basically gonna do essentially like a soft relaunch of my channel when I switch to the MMO. So I'm gonna get a camera. I'm gonna try to be a real streamer. Yeah, that's you too. The chuckle, I know. The people come for the Satisfactory content. They stay for my laugh. I don't even think about it. Like if I was like a better quote unquote like streamer, I would find ways of forcing myself to chuckle more often, because I've heard that so often. But I'm just not that guy. I can't really be that guy. You know, like, and speaking of which, I'll tell you this right now. I've lost my, like, I have this, sometimes I legit lose my shit over stuff. It only lasts for like 2 to 5 minutes. Not very often. I blew up on Eye in the Sky in the middle of a live stream. It's the only time it's happened in a live stream in Satisfactory. But when I play MMOs and when I guild lead and I have to deal with you know, stupid people doing stupid stuff, it's gonna happen. I'll feel bad. I'll apologize after, but like, I see red. Oh, the face reveal is incoming. Yeah, it's coming. No, it lasts for about 2-3 minutes. I drop about 35 F-bombs in like 3 minutes, and then I feel super bad. But dude, Eye in the Sky said something. He was kind of basically talking crap about my Super Star Destroyer. He was trying to be constructive, and I misunderstood something that he was saying. So all of those things combined, and I was stressed about the build. Like I was stressed about it because it wasn't working, and I was just spending hours and hours and hours trying to fix it. And I did, dude. I ripped him a new one, and then I was like, all right, I'm sorry. It will probably happen. So like I said, I can only ever really be me, for the good and the bad. And it's not something I'm proud of, it's just something that is. You know? But I do tend to, I believe in like leadership that takes responsibility first. And so, you know, even though I have that failing that I work on, you know, in the end, I work very hard, and I truly believe that like a breakdown in, you know, the guild is like the guild leader's fault, right? And you know, and I don't blame that on anybody else but me. But so, you know, the laughing, the giggle, the chuckle, right? You will get a lot of that. We also may see an epic crash out, and it's wild. Like, it shocks me, because I'll go from like everything is fine, and then like, and I'll be stressed about something too. Like, I won't just go from like chatting like now to like insanity, but like it may happen. People come to the streams because they like the person behind the camera too. Yeah, exactly. And you know, I had no idea. I have a small but like very dedicated following, and you know, I think that I can get better at streaming. I think that you know, that's hard, right? Because like, I have to say that I think people want to like me, right? This whole thing is a little bit crazy when you really start to think about it. So I don't even really think about it that way. I just think about like, hey, I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do. I love chatting with people and shooting the shit. If you like what I do, I'm glad that you found me, and if not, I'm not gonna change. You know? So I don't know. But yeah, I mean, again, that's why I didn't get a camera at first, because I didn't really know that this is what I was gonna do. And I didn't know that I would enjoy it. I look forward to streaming every day. Even when I'm tired, like when I'm like, I have to, it's not like I go, oh man, I should stream, but I'm tired, so I'm not going to. It's more like, oh my God, I can't stream because I can't keep my eyes open. And I'm disappointed in it because I can't, you know? And this is a game with, you know, quite frankly, I I love building. I love doing what I'm doing, building this. But this is, I mean, this is a little tedious. I took on a big project with the cyberpunk city. Luckily, you know, and I thought about this purposefully. You know, if you look at my Star Wars save, I really only had like 5 builds. They were all like this, except they were bigger, right? I purposefully set up the city so that I had like 15 builds to do there, and each one was smaller, just so that I would be less bored, you know? That's the thought anyway. Yeah, nothing wrong with a bit of banter as long as it seems in the terms of service. I am the banter. That's actually why I hate, like, I wish we could talk about politics, because I do love talking about that. I would love to do like a politics podcast. I would love to do that. I used to be more educated on the current state of things than I am now. I realized about 5 or 6 years ago that I was just wasting my time being plugged into every single thing that happened. But from like an economics perspective, I really, because I have an economics degree, I really enjoy that stuff, and I like the, I don't know, I'll put it this way. Have you ever heard the saying, and I don't necessarily agree with this, but it's completely, but it's a nice way of talking about a concept. If you ever heard the saying, I think it's attributed to Eleanor Roosevelt, but I don't know if she actually said it. Great minds discuss ideas, average minds discuss events, and small minds discuss people. I don't really like talking about the people in politics, right? There were some references tonight and in other nights, like Orange Man. That's not, when I say politics, I'm not talking about that. I want to talk about like policy stuff, like concepts, things like that. That's what I mean when I talk about, you know, politics. Not like, what did this person say this day, or you know what I mean? That's not what I mean when I say that. But I also am very aware. Ooh, I missed a thing. I'm also very aware that this is a channel that I have. Talking about that is not stressful to me, but hearing about it is very stressful for others. And so I don't think that's really kind of fair for my audience, and I would lose a lot of people if that was something that we talked about regularly, because you know, and it's not my goal to stress people out, you know, because I don't know why, but I can talk about that and it doesn't bother me, you know, even if somebody thinks that I'm, you know, stupid for what I think or whatever. It doesn't really bother me, but you know, it doesn't fit with the relaxing vibe that I have. So I do love the chatter, and I would love to do like political commentary type stuff, but I'm not, and I'm okay with it. You can't force people to like us, and people gravitate. Yeah, oh, that's definitely true. I've found that in my life it's a little bit insulated because you guys can't see my face, and there's not a lot of opportunity for conflict here in the channel, but I've found in my life that people either really, really like me or really, really don't. I'm a kind of I have a little bit of a polarizing personality, and that's okay. I don't think that comes off as much in what we're doing here, but you guys can probably see it, right? I say what I think. I don't validate people's feelings. I don't do it on purpose. I just don't. I tell people that they did a good job when they do a good job. I'm very direct. You know, and I like to get to the heart of an issue and not dance around it. And all those things, depending on a person's personality, there's people that don't like me, and I'm okay with it. I've been okay with that for a long time. But that's the nice thing about the streaming, right? All you guys have a choice. You can stay, or you can click a couple buttons and you can go listen to somebody else. And over time, you know, I'm gathering, I think, slowly the people that are okay with my particular brand of asshole. You know? Because, you know, I kind of am one. You're just doing something, so I need to kill a sound. I'm still here. Everyone have a good day. All right, Von Harten. The face reveal incoming. Yeah, okay. All right, so let's talk about the tri-tip. So I haven't smoked a tri-tip. We usually do a fast hot grill. And then yeah, we done. All right, one more side, boys. One more side. How we doing? 61 viewers on YouTube. You know, it's always frustrating. My viewership about now starts doing really well on YouTube, and then I always feel like I was like, oh, where were you guys like 3 hours ago? But I'm glad you guys are here. After I do this last wall, I think there's probably a lot of people that hasn't seen what I'm working on. So why don't I take a minute after this last little task and walk through what it is I'm working on so you guys can see. All right. I didn't even realize we were over 60 people on YouTube. I'm just over here yapping away. This is huge. That's what she said. Is that what TIWSS is? That's what she said. That is, isn't it? Giggity giggity. All right. Yeah. So do you just smoke it? What do you put on, Leo, the human? What do you put on? How do you flavor your tri-tip before you smoke it? Let's put one of these up here. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, also, guys, I kind of promised Ray that on Saturday night I would sing on the channel a cappella, but only after I drank enough whiskey. You know, just a heads up, just so that, you know, everyone's aware. I don't know. I might have technical difficulties and chicken out for a couple of weeks until I can do it. Salt and pepper? Yeah, just salt and pepper. When I'm smoking something, that's basically what I do. I'll do some Lowry's when I smoke a brisket. I actually have never smoked a tri-tip. We do hot and fast in a cast iron pan, so we get a lot of fond. And then I actually and then we wrap it in foil and bake it until it gets to temp. And then we rest it and use the fond to make a pan sauce, like a wine pan sauce, and then take the resting juices and pour that in. And then I marinate in Chaka's sauce. But I do my own marinade. I also, like, you know, perforate the meat, basically put some holes in it before the marinade. That's what we do, and it's very good. But yeah, I've never done a smoke. I feel like that would be harder to smoke. I don't know, maybe it's easier than a brisket. And we back to food. I know, I'm sorry, Pumpkin. All right. It wasn't my fault. All right, it was Leo the Human on YouTube. It definitely was him. It wasn't me at all. Bro, stop that. All right. We're done with food. Not take long. I'm sorry. I told you it's a problem. I'm always thinking about food. I'm just not always talking about it. Think of all the times I'm not talking about food. Then you'll realize how strong my willpower is. It's all perspective, baby. Okay. All right. That task is done. We've gone around the horn with 3 separate tasks tonight in the 4.5 hours that we've been going. Oh no, redo paste. Did I mess something up? Oh, we need a countdown timer? Oh, we need like a factory, like, did I mess something up? I think we're okay. I didn't miss any. I think we're okay. Definitely easier and faster than brisket. Yeah, I bet. What do you smoke? Do you have a pellet smoker? Okay, so sorry. 65 viewers on YouTube with 17 likes on the video. Thank you guys for being here. 48 viewers on Twitch. I've gotten a ton of follows tonight, and that I really appreciate. This face of the pyramid that you can't really see is fully finished, and I'm gonna reveal that. I'm gonna do a little reveal for you on that. This pyramid out here in the Dune Desert, all this is a very, very large raw resource hub. We send resources in by train, we store them, we shuffle them where they need to be shuffled, and we reload them. Yeah, the Aussies have finished work so they can tune in. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Also, the Europeans are waking up, the ones that don't need to work. Traeger, I've got a, here. Sorry. I've got a, YS. Yeah, I've got this right here. Bad boy. I got it for cheaper than that. I don't know, maybe I paid that much. I can't remember. But this is what I have. It's very awesome. I love it. I've made lots of good food with it. Okay, so this is a very large raw resource hub, and this is the cyberpunk city. There's actually 3 buildings there. There's one kind of hiding around the cylindrical one. This is my main playthrough. All of my factories are going to be tall skyscrapers. There's a The theme is cyberpunk, and I've got roads, and we're gonna have trucks all over the place, all that good stuff. But before we can really send the items we need to there, I want to organize them in this giant building that we're building right now. And so let me show you what this building looks like. And we're going to do that by firing our ass out the front and taking a look at the progress. And so if you haven't been here, if you haven't seen the progress, here we go. There she is. And we've even got some lights now on the edges that we just finished. I have to do this for all 4 sides. And so that's what I'm trying to do. That's the grind right now. The next task up to us is gonna be the lights on the front face. Well, actually, no. We're gonna go through and we're gonna do all the I'll show you. There's some stuff we have to do. Kind of unseen stuff. Kind of cleaning up some hard to see stuff. It doesn't have lights or blueprints or anything, but we still need to color it and change its material type. But yeah, when we get there, these train lines are going to be firing trains out of here constantly, back and forth, to feed the city with the raw resources that it needs. Hey, Pee-wee, how's it going, man? Hey, guess how many viewers we have on YouTube right now? Oh! All right, I'm a grown man. I'm a man child. 19 likes on the video, appreciate it, and 49 viewers on Twitch. A lot of people stayed from that raid. I really appreciate it. You should take the middle part on the backside and make it look like someone was playing Tetris. Maybe. All right, so what I want to do is I want to smooth out this material and inside here and here. So basically the bottom part of the bottom layer that is directly behind a pylon, the back of the pylon, and then the inside of up to the second, all this inside wall. All 3 of these surfaces, 1, 2, 3, on all 8 eighths of the building need this coating. And we're gonna get to cheat a little bit because I'm gonna take concrete wall and have it be automatically set to carbon finish. And so all we have to do is roll our cursor over those spots, and that will most likely be one of the last tasks that we do tonight, as kind of just prepping out this texture. And all I'm gonna do is switch to concrete wall, right? Because it's got built-in color. Also, sometimes I make walls disappear, like Houdini. I don't know, did he ever make a wall disappear? Probably not. But it happens. I don't know, there's some bug happening with this sometimes. So yeah, this is a little bit on the tedious side, but I appreciate you guys hanging out, and we're kind of hanging out. There, see it went invisible. There we go. I got it to uninvisible. But we're, ask questions, We talk about pretty much anything but politics and apparently food. But yeah, what I was saying is we need one of those signs, but instead of days until last warehouse accident, it's minutes until Kin last talked about food. And then it just resets constantly. And then I did find out that it's a lot easier. Here, let's go down. To do this wall here from the inside. You saw a magical owl once. His name was Houdini. Mikey, what do you call women that can do magic from the desert? It's the Pass It On event coming up. I've never done the Pass It On event. I would do it. I don't know, I've never known how to get connected. I did not know you were doing different brightnesses on signs randomly, so redo on some. Yes. Oh yeah. I do that to, you know, change up the texture basically. Sandwiches. Am I taking part? I'm not at the moment. I don't know much about it, to be honest with you. I'm not very good at like communicating with other streamers, and I'm gonna tell you why. I absolutely have a monstrous case of imposter syndrome when it comes to streaming and building things on the stream, like in Satisfactory. Why do I play in the dark if I can set the time? Nitty, because I enjoy the way the dark looks. Now, this very moment in here sucks, but this is very temporary. I'm doing construction right now, but I like the way my signs look, and I like the vibe of Satisfactory at night. Oh my god, I almost died. Oh my god, I almost died. Themed children's films? But we need to do this one. Interesting. I'll think about it. When does it start? I would like to do one. I think I would like to do one. In theory, I would like to do one. All right, that's done. All right, let's do these walls over here. You can sign up now. All right. What is going on? I'm not even clicking. Passing it over makes it do funky stuff. All right, well, I'll do some brainstorming to see if, before I sign up, the 24th of April. How long do I keep the, like, what's my time commitment? I've never done one. Like, do I work on it for like 12 hours or something as like one night? Or like, I get the feeling it's relatively pretty short amount of time, but I don't know for sure. Two hours to build. Okay, right. And then basically I have it and then I do it live and kind of people watch me build it, right? Is that kind of how it works? You make a good point, Nitty. To be honest with you right now, I could use the light to see because I'm not working with lights. I could absolutely use this light to see. When I'm working with lights, I like to see how they're gonna look in the dark. So I have it pretty much set to dark almost all the time. But this is a job that doesn't require that. So thanks for, you know, kind of reminding me about that. Some non-streamers do it as well. All right, yeah, well, I would definitely stream it. Okay, interesting. Children's movies, huh? Well, I mean, this kind of stuff is right up my alley. And then how, is there a set size? Like a set, oops, a set 3D space? Sorry, I know that I could probably just read the rules and I'm bugging you about it. Bum 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 bum. Yeah, but can't remember the size. Okay, no worries, no worries. All right, I'm gonna seriously consider it. It's 2 hours. It's not a big deal. I'll probably do a little bit of planning, but I probably won't do all that much planning. You know, I'll probably, you know, figure out what I want to do, of course. Oh my God, really? Bum 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 bum. Let me in. Okay, hold on one second, guys. I don't know why I've been putting this off for so long, but I need to stop for a second and I gotta pee. So give me a second. I'll be right back. I'll be gone for like literally 90 seconds. There's my upcoming city. I'll be right back. You have to choose a time in a day. Oh, okay. Cool. Very cool. I'll be right back. And we're back. See, I told you, 90 seconds, 71 concurrent viewers. Sorry I was gone, but thank you for being here. I would hope you and Bits would get on. You mean like the Pass It On event? Is that what you're talking about, Pal Yoda? Sorry, I'm just taking a drink, and since I took a quick break, my eyes get all allergy when I play, and I deal with it. I heard Bits and a couple other Satisfactory people played Schedule 1. Is that true? Or maybe they played something else. Maybe I'm mixing it up. Okay, I got a drink. Reset my spicy eyes. We're back to it, boys. We're kind of doing some, you know, upkeep. Some maybe visually non-stimulating work. But we're chatting and hanging out and having a good time. So, you know, doing well. We're doing well. And, you know, great building awesome things requires great patience. So thanks for hanging out with me. Let's see, we can't talk about food. So what is there left? I mean, what else is there? I mean, you know, I don't even know. I don't even know. I don't know. What would I do? What do you think? I got to do like an 80s kids movie, right? We've talked about movies so much on this channel. I used to do so back in the update 8 era of this game. My who said we can't talk about food? No, Pumpkinhead on Twitch was making a joke about how I talk about food all the time. But yeah, in that sort of era, my autosaves took between 7 and 10 minutes. The time it took for me to save my game was 7 to 10 minutes, and I had it set to do it for like once an hour or once every 45 minutes or something. And so what we would do is we would run a poll. I would kind of type out the poll, organize the poll. I'd always use the restroom, you know, kind of a deal during the autosave time. You know, and I did a lot of polls on movies. Like I did like the best 80s movies. I did like all sorts of stuff like that, you know? So we've talked about a lot of movies, and I think that I would want to do something like, are we done with this side already? Yeah. I would think I would want to do something like an 80s kids movie. If I did the Pass It On event. Horsey Mart, where do I sign up for that? Oh, I want to do that wall on the inside. Ooh, did I forget? Oh my god. Did I do... Can't remember. I feel like I might have forgotten this side over here. No, I did it. Yeah, okay. I'll figure out the sign up. But I'll think about it. I don't know. I was thinking like what was my favorite movies, like 80s movies. Like I could do the ship from the last Starfighter, or Pass It On Events. Is it like a website? The Last Starfighter, or maybe Flight of the Navigator. Ooh, I would do Flight of the Navigator. I would want to do something like that. Star Wars is a kid's movie. Mini Superstar Destroyer. That would be pushing the definition for sure. It's invisible. Oh, the wall? Dude, these invisible walls are killing me. I mean, they were cool at first. I was like, I can make a wall invisible. And then I was like, oh, I can make a wall invisible. Like within like 3 minutes. It was fast. Let's fix this area down here. Food. I had a Godzilla spiced grilled chicken Japanese curry dawn today. I know what most of those words are, but not exactly in the context in which you used them. Autosave. So yeah, that autosave took me like between 5 and by the end, I can't remember, was it like 12 minutes or something? It was insanely long by the end. And so we figured out ways to entertain ourselves while we were waiting for the autosave to happen. Luckily, the update 8 build was pretty stable. As long as I did have a huge crashing problem for a while, but it was because I reached the object limit much faster than I thought possible, because I have no self-control when it comes to building signs. You know, how could you have guessed, right? But that save, the signs on this building are me holding back. I'm not kidding. I'm actively trying to make sure I don't build too many signs this time. But the optimization on signs, admittedly, is far superior than it was in Update 8. But as I was saying, I did crash a lot when I had already hit the object limit and I didn't know that. And so as soon as I raised the object limit, that crashing went away. But luckily I wasn't having like multiple crashes or anything a day, you know, because the autosave took 15 minutes. You know, I had to be very careful not, you know, I had to make sure that I did it as infrequently as possible. Oh, I wasn't spending 30 minutes of every hour in a save loop, you know? Ooh, wow, up to almost 80 on YouTube, 48 on Twitch. I love to see it. I really appreciate you guys. All right, so that fixed it. I just flashed without clicking on my cursor over. Ooh, hi, get out of here. My cursor over an invisible wall and it went away. That'd be cool if that worked in real life. Come on. All right. Tonight we're doing ASMR with Ken, Concrete Wall Edition. If you have any requests, please put them in the chat. This build has so much surface area. Invisible walls. Bum, 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 bum. Let's select that one and that one and that one. Let's see, what's on the schedule for tomorrow? Well, tomorrow we're definitely gonna do the pylon front lights. I wanted to try to do those today, but I should have realized that that was probably too big of an ask. But we're definitely gonna do all 6 of these today. Everything's ready. We just have to throw on the lights. And then I don't know if we'll get anything more done than that. But we've got the sides done, and we've got all of the structure, like the metal done on the pylons, including this front. The blueprints are in, but the lights aren't. So we're gonna focus on the lights first thing tomorrow. And I'm not getting off. I was just thinking about what are we gonna do tomorrow. And then if we have time, you know, we'll essentially start from the top. And work our way down. We have really 4 main pieces. This top section, this sort of top to the side, and the middle, and then this bottom section, and then this middle section. And we have blueprints for the vast majority of those pieces. So especially the lights. So hopefully that won't take too long. Let's see, what's tonight? Tonight is Tuesday night, right? Or Wednesday if you live on the other side of the world from me. Let's say Wednesday night we do this. Wednesday, we're gonna have to do more than this. We're gonna have to do, if I want to have any shot at all, Wednesday we need to do the lights here, and then we need to do the top. And then that leaves everything else for Thursday. Oh my God. And then, because I was trying to be done with the cosmetics by Friday. And then Friday we do we set up the shard. But it may be Friday be the last day is cosmetics, and Saturday we set up the shard. I was hoping we could start a fresh build on Saturday night. Oh, maybe we'll see. I'm not giving up yet. Never give up. Never surrender. Really, I would really like some power. Thank you. No. Oh my God, look what I'm doing. What happened to your Zoop? Zoop Soup Riot! Riot! We're speed running it. We're doing anything but speed running. Bum 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 bum. All right. Painting with all the colors of the wind. Now that's a deep reference. I will give somebody 20 kin dollars. That's not a good, kin bucks? Kin currency. That's what it is. I will give somebody 20 kin currency if they can tell me the reference. In fact, pretty much any of the references that I constantly make. Kin currency is irredeemable and worth absolutely nothing. Like the score on Whose Line Is It Anyway? Okay. Oh, Carbon got it. You get 20 kin currency. That was a movie of my youth. I could lie and say that I have 5 kids, 4 of them are girls, and that's how I know that, but no. I don't think I've ever seen that movie. And by the way, I've watched the PG-13 live action remake of that movie way more than I watched the original Disney version of that movie. If I could copy a link, I would, to Rice Workshop Melbourne. What is Rice Workshop Melbourne? Is it music? Is it gonna get me DMCA'd? We weren't supposed to talk about food. That looks really good. Why are you doing this to me? Oh, the Godzilla thing. Here, let's put in what you said. Godzilla spiced grilled chippities curry Dawn. Here. We weren't talking about food. There you go. This is what you had. Something like this. All right, that's enough food. I don't know what you're trying to trick me. You're old too? Yeah. Yeah. Like I said, the live action remake was better. Anything else need doing on here? No. We got it done. All right, let's move on. Bum, 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 bum. 82 viewers. You guys are awesome. Thank you for being here. Well, I don't think I can say your name. Frickin' without the R. Fix it. Thank you for the follow. That's a great name. Thanks for the entertainment. I lurk whenever you're in, and I'm heading into work. Well, thank you for the follow, and thank you for the first time chat. I'm glad you and others find me entertaining, because my wife stopped finding me so years ago. So, you know, it really does help my ego. Although I will say I was a little disconcerted when I realized how many people fall asleep to the sound of my voice. You know, it just took me a little bit of time to get used to the idea, but I'm okay with it now. That is actually how I freak out the people that like a coworker or somebody that doesn't know what I do, and I talk about like the you know, the channel, you know, a normie. I definitely talk about that, and it's hilarious. And they're like, what? I'm like, I don't make the rules. I put people to sleep. What can you say? Really, I don't want to mess with you, bro. Can we not? It's like hog hunting from a helicopter. I need to be a better shot before I go do that, apparently. But I have a good night at work, or a good day at work, man. All right. All right, we got to do this wall here. Let me sit up. And let's go inside. We're painting this town cobalt, apparently. Almost there. Thanks, man, and it's a compliment if people fall asleep. Soothing voice. You should make bedtime audiobook for those of us with kids who can tune into your stream sooner. Yeah, I don't think my kids go to sleep to my voice. Oh, well, that's not fair. The 3-year-old does, for sure. Yeah, I'll name it Goodnight Kin. Goodnight Kin. Goodnight Iron Ore. Goodnight Bean. Goodnight Caterium Mine. Goodnight Stinger. Goodnight Moon number 2. Goodnight Sun. Goodnight Sun number 2. My Satisfactory themed children's book. My 12-year-old will sneak down in the night to play VR. Gamer in me is so proud. His dad in me is conflicted. Oh, yeah. Well, you know... Alright, so how would I handle that? Let me think. Now, every kid is different, right? So, of course, what I would do has no bearing on what you should do because I know nothing about your kid. Let's see what I would do. So I would make sure, here's how if my eldest daughter did that and she, you know, knowing that she has responsibilities, I would basically like hammer hard on the responsibilities and make sure that like he's like, if he's still doing what he needs to do, like if he's doing it on like a school night, like bad, right? Like not good. But like if it's a Friday night or something, like, and he's got chores the next day, like if my daughter did that, like my daughter doesn't really have a bedtime. She just, the oldest, who's 14, and that's not 12, like 100%. Of course, right? Every kid's different, like I said. But I, you know, just thinking about what I would do, depending on the kid, I mean, if they're getting their shit done, you know? Grades are perfect, attitude's normal, but if the chores aren't all the way done, the wife will totally hide the controllers. Well, there you go, right? And so I think, you know, I think that's your answer. Because, you know, as adults, here, so for me, right? And I can only speak for me and my outlook and stuff like that. But like the way I look at things is that, you know, the more freedom that you have, like freedom and responsibility are on the same coin, right? Like if you get, ooh, what is that over there? If you get him, or as a child takes and wants more freedom, they have more responsibility. So now he gets his shit called on the carpet when he doesn't get his stuff done. Whereas he would maybe get leniency before, right? Because he's choosing to take the freedom of not sleeping and doing something else with it. You know, which we do as adults all the time. I'm doing it right now. I should be asleep. I'm not, right? But like, I'm gonna have to deal with the consequences, if any, of the choices that I'm making, you know? And so, here, let's, I don't want to start a huge new project, but I'm also not quite ready to call it quits. So why don't we put these in the corners? Why don't we put these in the corners, and then we'll keep chatting for a little bit. Like get a couple of odd little tasks done. It'll make our life easier tomorrow, but not start something brand new. Charlie only fell asleep a few times. It can get late here. Yeah, no worries, pal Yoda. Sleep is overrated? Dude, I hate it. I hate the need for sleeping. I mean, I love sleep when I'm doing it. 1, 2, 3. But like, I hate the fact that I have to stop what I'm doing to do it. You know what my dream in life is? Like my true dream. Like the only thing that I want, okay, except for maybe my true achievable dream. Probably the last one that I have yet to accomplish in my life. All I want is to be able to go to sleep, to go to bed when I'm tired, and wake up when I'm no longer tired. That's it. That's all I want. That will be my retirement. I will stay up. Like it won't, I don't want any social attachments to when I'm supposed to be tired. I'm not exactly tired right now, but I know that if I stay up and I stream for another 2 hours, I'm going to eat shit in the morning. Like you know what I mean? I just want that freedom. Now, to be honest with you, I'm very close to that freedom with my work from home. You know, I have way more I'm closer to that than not. But yeah, no schedule. I want to be, you know, just let me listen to my body. And honestly, the same thing with eating. I hate the social aspect of eating. Like I'm not hungry until like 4 o'clock in the afternoon, usually. Or I can get my body to the point where I'm not hungry until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And I was kind of there. And then I went on that trip. And everybody around me was hungry at 10 a.m. And then of course they're eating and now I'm hungry, right? And then I'm like, well, okay, well, if I'm gonna eat when I'm hungry, I guess then I'll eat now because I'm hungry now. But then they're eating again in like 4 hours and I'm just like, oh, you know, and it's not like they're doing anything wrong. They're just doing what I want to do, which is eat when you're hungry. So, but socially, you know, I felt not responsible, but like, I don't know, you know what I mean? Like, I just, sometimes I would just like to be a recluse. If it wasn't for my family, I would absolutely just be like a recluse in my house. Like when I didn't need to like socially work, I would totally do that. Or like be social for work, I mean. But yeah, mostly the sleeping though. Mostly the sleeping. Now, when I got my CPAP machine in November, like that was an absolute life changer. And life is a lot better and my sleep is a lot better and I need less of it. And I feel better when I wake up. So a lot of that is better, but like, you know, I wish I didn't have to, you know, worry about some of this stuff, you know? I hate necessary body functions I can't control. I think that's why people use Coke. Laura, whatever, have you is this the first time you're chatting? Welcome to the chat. I don't recognize your name. Maybe you hate social constructs and their implications. Breaking free from social constructs hurts. Sometimes they're needed to be yourself. Yeah, maybe, perhaps. Same as being queer. Perhaps. Mostly, I think I'm just selfish. You know, I just want to do what I want to do. But, I think that's okay sometimes. You know, not all the time, perhaps, but sometimes. And I'm just tired of being tired. That's where I was going at the first time. First time chatter. Well, welcome. I'm glad you're here. We're gonna go. Maybe we paint gold the parts that need to be painted gold. Right, and then we go probably all the way down with this. I'm trying to do small things and not commit myself to a large kind of you know, commitment of, you know, this might be, it might be easier if I like took a picture. Take a picture, it'll last longer. You just trying to procrastinate work, studies, just watch your vids, saw your stream, want to say hi. Well, hi. And, you know, don't be a stranger. I appreciate you stopping by. Yeah, okay, all right, you, yes, and then you. Yeah, and then down, I think. Down to... I don't know why those are switching. I didn't click the button. No, stop it. They magically change even though I don't click the button, and then they don't magically change back. All right, that looks the same. Facts, I normally eat late, but if the guys at work are about to take lunch, I feel obligated. Yeah, and even if I don't feel obligated socially, I kind of, I start to get hungry, right? Because then you start thinking about it. Like if I'm working, you know, gold is blinding. Yeah, well, I had paused it during the middle of the day. Let's go to nighttime. There we go, less blinding. But yeah, I'm with you, man. And it's like, I struggle with my weight as it is. Like I don't want to eat. Like I have a hard time stopping myself from eating when I'm not hungry. Or when I'm still think I'm hungry. I definitely don't want to start eating if I'm not thinking about it. you know, like let's take the easy wins. Take the easy wins. But mostly that conversation started off with the sleeping. It's a major goal in life. It's a simple one, really. Let me sleep until, let me just go to bed when I'm tired. That's all I want. Is there a magical double there? Yeah, there was. There we go. You sound neurodivergent. You ever took a test? No. You know, it depends on your exact usage of neurodivergent, because I may be able to answer those no test required. I think I'm just relatively self-aware sometimes when it suits me. Hey, eye in the sky. Hey, what are you doing, man? You're late. I'm wrapping things up over here. Oh my god, this double is killing me. But I do have a saying in Satisfactory that if I ever get around to making my merch, embrace your neuroses. I've been saying that for over, I don't know, a year and a half on this channel. When you play Satisfactory, embrace your neuroses. I mean, in a way, no, none of those things. Specifically. I'm just a pain in the ass. I like what I like. You've been here for half an hour? Were you here when I was talking shit about you? I have taken tests. Taken many tests. I was talking light shit about you, eye in the sky. Nothing serious. Ah, crap. Too bad. No, I would say I like what I like. Let's see. What are some of my problems? I have a problem. So I have Pal Yoda, I agree. Exactly, Laura. Embrace your neuroses. I have removed and rebuilt my 300-hour world just because an alignment of my street network didn't match up. I've done something similar. What was I gonna do? I was gonna do something. 20 kilograms eating once a day, no sugar drinks, more to go. Yeah, Pal Yoda, I'm with you. Keep it up, don't stop, never stop. What was I gonna do? Sorry. I can't remember. Let me keep working and I'll see if it'll come back to me. Well, I think we could go, yeah, this far. Is that right? That's right. Oh, I remember what I was gonna do. I remember. It's coming back to me. So I have misophonia. I always have to check here because I don't want to say it wrong. I have misophonia. And I think that whatever is causing that bleeds into other things. I have a hard time controlling what I think about. Sometimes. Like if I notice something. What else are we gonna do? Oh, let's do the gold here in the middle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we'll do the gold in the middle. So like when I notice somebody chewing, that's all I can hear. When I you know, think about maybe breaking my diet and thinking about food, that's all I can think about until I do it. Mostly I just think it's some sort of I just like what I like, and I don't like not doing what I want to do. I think it's mostly just a an ego problem more than anything else. I would love to claim it's something else though. That'll make me feel better about myself. All right, that works. We'll get that in. Let's do that all the way around. Welcome to the club. Chewing is hard. Doing with your mouth closed is hard. Now I have let's see what else is wrong with me. You asked, okay? So what else is wrong with me? Let's see. I have trypophobia. Is Pee-wee still here? I don't have it as bad as Pee-wee. Even talking about it makes Pee-wee uncomfortable because he starts thinking about it. So if Pee-wee's still here, I won't talk about it anymore. But if you don't know what trypophobia is, be very, very careful looking it up. Because if you look it up, it will show you pictures that will trigger it. And that's what happened to me. I read it in a book and I was like, oh, what's this? And I looked it up and I'm like, oh my God. Just searching the term. It set it off bad. I have probably a moderate, I would say I have a moderate to light thing of it. It's bad. Some people it's really, really bad, right? And and if you don't have it, it sounds really stupid, but it's a big deal. So when I saw those pictures, and they're just pictures on Google Images, they're not blocked, they're not obscene, that's totally fine for some people. I shouldn't take shrooms then? No thanks. I had a stomach ache for 3 hours. Like I literally had like a pit in my stomach, like stomach ache for 3 hours after just Googling what that was. So so it is being uncomfortable with seeing holes in things. What else can we do? What else? Oh, actually, crap. This needs to go down a little bit further. Okay, we can go back through. We got to go down 2 underneath. Anything else? I don't want to get too crazy and start, like I said, I don't want to start a brand new crazy project here. Oh, we can go out. These have to be gold. Oh, is this part of the blueprint though? Oh, that's part of the blueprint, so we don't have to worry about that. Ooh, I could do this edging. So let's see, I have that. You have that? I don't know what that is. Is it okay? Is that okay to Google what that is? Trypophobia is nothing, sorry. No, it isn't. If I see an image, I will be sick and I'll have to stop the stream. I'm not kidding. It absolutely is a thing. If you so do you ever see the show Altered Carbon? They purposefully made the intro have it in there to set people off on purpose to make the intro kind of uncomfortable. You have a fear of styrofoam? I thought that was a thing. Or like, have you ever seen what's his name? True Facts with what's his face? Remember his name, but the YouTuber guy that has the really funny YouTube channel where he talks about animals. We want to do Here, maybe? I've never heard of the fear of styrofoam. That's interesting to me. It as I don't get it. It's okay. It's okay. You don't have to get it. Pee-wee has it too. Pee-wee can't make pancakes. The holes in the well, he says he makes them, but he doesn't look. The holes in the pancakes on the edges of the pancake set him off really badly. But yeah, you never heard of trypophobia? Yeah, it's a thing. There, like I said, one of oh, you never heard of it? The channel. Sorry, that's probably what you were talking about. Yeah, it's he does really funny like animal videos. Oh my god, can we not, please? Can you give me what I need, please? Anyway, the point is that one of his videos had this particular toad that is famous for setting off it's a trigger for trypophobia. Wow, this is gonna be tough. Here, let's see if I can move this out of the way. All right, this will work. I had a coworker, I was talking about it, and I had a coworker tell me that they were going to like send me something and to like exposure therapy me, and I told her, if you do that, I will leave for the day. You cannot do that. I get it. People don't think it's real if you don't have it, and I don't care. Because I do, but it's all good. It's all good. It makes me sick for hours, so I don't really feel the need to like certain things like real life things have never done that, but the pictures that people have generated to purposefully set it off do. I don't know if that makes sense. I've never really had a moment that I can think of in like life that it has kind of gone off in certain things bother me a little bit, but not bother me a lot. It's the purposeful pictures that people have made that bother me. Are we lined up here? These are gonna be a real pain in the butt, because if they're not right, it's going to be very obvious. Very, very obvious. How far back do we need to go? Let's try a full notch. Here? Let's do one notch at a time. Yeah, these are going to be kind of a pain. I'm kind of glad I'm doing them tonight. But like I said, it's all good. It's not anybody else's fault to, it's not anybody else's responsibility to know or believe in what I have or don't have. So it's all good. But having said that, if anybody were to purposefully do that when they know that it would bother me, I would probably not be a fan. All right, how's this? I don't understand. I went back one notch. No, it's a YouTube channel. All right, okay, that's not a bad idea. Eye in the sky. It's not a bad idea. I'm picking up what you're putting down. And I would like to not have to do this. The height is wrong. That's the problem, maybe. Yeah, the height is wrong. Okay. So that is very helpful. Why is the height so wrong? Huh. How did I place this before? Is I guess the question. Oh, I placed it here. Perhaps. This is the real thing that I needed to do. You have to go. Your boss calls. Was nice chatting. Yeah, you too. Until next time. All right, is this... All right, do we have the right height? It's close. But how is it still wrong? What if we... Ugh. I don't remember. This is the problem, right? I did something and now I can't remember how I did it. What if I went or rolled it too far? About this. Oh. All right. We'll figure this out. I hope and I pray. What about straight up and down here? Okay. Very close, but it doesn't look right. Oh, we realized at the same time? Yeah. Oh, ooh, that looks bang on, doesn't it? It's very close. That's probably close enough for government work. Never mind. Look how much higher it is. How did I do this? What did I do? Did I do a half nudge? No, that's too much. Did I? Okay, hold on. I got an idea. What kind of dummy would do something so complicated that he couldn't remember what he did? Oh yeah, that'd be me. I wonder if I did something like this. That's too far. Too far. What if we get creative? What in the ass did I do? All right. If you want the exact same height, build it from the right. 2 times 90. Are you need to? Well, I was thinking about that. This pillar, the pillar, and then one again. Okay. Which way? Which way? Problem is I can't roll it flat again. And then yeah, I was thinking about a way to do this, but I couldn't really. I'm having a hard time getting there in my mind. I don't think we did this. Okay, all right. Let's try to recreate. What if? Okay. What if it was this? What if I built this down? This was it. This is what I did. I built this and I built this on it. That's what we did. All right, so let's do that. Let's build this guy right here. He fits. He's this higher one. Is he the he's the damn blueprint. All right, so it's an order of operations thing. All right, I'm not gonna worry about it. I'm gonna try to build this off of the blueprint. And I bet you I just tagged it on the bottom there. It's part of the blueprint. So we're gonna recreate the situation that caused it in the first place. And I'm gonna leave this for now. And we'll tackle it tomorrow when we do the blueprint. But I'm glad that we took the time to look at that, because that would have been a pain. But now we know what to look for. But I bet you that was it. So, yeah, okay, well. Guys, we're at exactly 6 hours. I think it's an appropriate time for me to call it. So let's do this. Anybody who's following me for the first time on YouTube and wants to see me finish this playthrough, you know what to do. Sub, all that good stuff. 20 likes on the VOD with 80 people watching. If you guys could take a second and just hit the like button on YouTube. It does matter, and I do appreciate it. If you don't want to do that, then that's totally okay too. On Twitch, we always raid. We have almost 50 viewers. We're gonna find a YouTube channel, a Twitch channel playing Satisfactory to raid. All right. So I will go ahead and I'm just gonna save, and then I'm probably going to. I do need to take a picture, but I will. Cyberpunk theme, VOD 52. I will do that on my own time after we get raided out and stuff when we shut down the stream. All right, so have a good night. Yeah, thanks, Eye in the Sky, appreciate your help, and everybody else, really appreciate it. I'm gonna be streaming again tomorrow night. We're pushing through. I'm doing a blitz to try to finish this bad boy, not just this building but the whole save. All right, so thanks for hanging out. 86, I hate to say goodbye, but we must. Yeah, you Twitch, let's find somebody to raid that's playing Satisfactory. And somebody that speaks English. Speaking the English. All right, I got a couple of possibilities here. Okay, we're gonna raid Kismet. All right. So that's loading up right now. Give me a few seconds. We're gonna hit it hard. I will see you guys tomorrow night on YouTube and Twitch. All right. And I've got a Discord. If you want to know when I'm streaming, you can always check out in there. I try to keep everybody up to date. Okay. 48 viewers. We're raiding. And I'm shutting down the stream. I'll see you guys in not too much longer, really, about, 18 hours or so. Bye-bye.